What's going on? It's your boy Hank Hackerson, aka Hank Hacks Hackers, and we are on the PenTest Plus pathway in TryHackMe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually a really good one. I'm going to kind of give you an overview of what we're going to be looking at. It's a really good one because PenTest Plus is for penetration testing, as you probably have imagined, and it's a CompTIA certification. So CompTIA PenTest Plus is we're going to be working on. I am skipping this particular section because it's literally read-only. So pen testing fundamentals, red team engagements, governance and regulation, and all these fun things that you can read and you could just do this on your own through Google and your favorite search engine, basically. But what we're going to be doing today is the Metasploit introduction, and then there's all these different tools that could be used, and we're going to go through all of those. And well, not in this video, but we're going to go through those in the future videos as we complete the PenTest Plus certification, the introduction to it. And as you can see, I've completed most of these things. There's still 2 labs at the very end that I have not finished, so those 2 will actually do together and kind of learn together. But these I have completed, so I kind of can, I guess, do a little bit of a quicker solving of most of these problems, and if problems at all, really, because it's mostly, I think, we're going to be using the tools themselves. So we're using TryHackMe as always, and there is the discount link in the description below for you to leverage if you want to get a discount on an already affordable plan with TryHackMe. And so basically, as always, we go in here, we click start machine, and of course, like, share, follow, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, tell your friends about this. It's always more fun to do these things with a friend. But at the very least, please subscribe, because as you can tell, I don't charge for any of this stuff. There's literally nothing. And so it would mean a lot to me if you did subscribe, and if you just left a comment, so that the algorithm of YouTube can think that we're actually doing something useful here, and we'll get some more reach out of that. But other than that, this is all free. I'm actually paying for TryHackMe to do these things. So anyways, whatever. Enough guilt tripping for now. Moving on. So you got to start the green button right here. This one gives you the, whoops. Oh, I hate when that happens. Okay, great. So the green button gives us the victim machine that we're going to be attacking. And then the blue button gives us the attack box right here. This thing that we're going to be using to do all of our shady hacktivities, as they like to call it. So while that loads, let's kind of read through what Metasploit is. So Metasploit, we've used already several times in previous labs, and it's a really useful framework. And as the name implies, it's for exploitation, right? So there's 2 versions of it, which is Metasploit Pro, which is the commercial version that does a lot of things for enterprise people, and it actually includes a GUI, which is a graphical user interface. And then there's the framework version, which we're going to be working with today. That's open source, it's for free, it has a lot of stuff in it still that is amazing to do. It doesn't really offer much in terms of automation, but you can do a lot with it, and we've already done a lot with it in previous tasks. So it's a set of tools that offers reconnaissance for information gathering, scanning, the actual exploitation and the payloads that we're going to be using, the exploit environment, post-exploitation, a lot of other stuff, right? So the way that you start it is you do MSF console, and it starts up the Metasploit framework if you have it installed. Then there's the modules that are inside of MSF console that allow you to do a lot of things while you're in there. And then there's a lot of tools that allow you to do all these things that they're saying. So vulnerability research, assessment, pen testing. Some of these tools are MSF Venom to create payloads. And that can be done without starting MSF console. The pattern create, the pattern offset. There are a lot. So MSF Venom is going to be what we're going to be using within this module. But all these other things are useful in exploit development, which is beyond the scope of this module because it's an intro to MSF console. So that's kind of the introduction of Metasploit. So the main component is going to be the MSF console command that we're going to end up running. And then within the MSF console, we're going to be looking at certain things. So we want to find exploits, we want to find vulnerabilities, and we want to create payloads. That's the whole idea. So exploit is a piece of code that uses a vulnerability present on the target system. Vulnerability is a design, coding, or logic flaw affecting the target system. And there is the CVE database, the Common Vulnerabilities Database, that you can use to find vulnerabilities against different versions of systems and different types of systems. So there's a lot of different ways to find vulnerabilities. And then within Metasploit itself, and even within Nmap, there are scripts that you can run to find vulnerabilities for you. And then once you have the vulnerability, you create a payload that will allow you to exploit the machine. So that's kind of what it looks like. So in this folder that's inside our attack box, we're going to find all of these different modules that are available within Metasploit. And then there's the encoders that are also available within the same exact thing. And then you just go inside the encoders folder instead of being inside the auxiliary folder, modules folder. And then there's the evasion stuff that's available for Windows. Then there's the exploits that are available. And this is really crazy because there's Android, so for cell phone attacks, right? So Android exploits, Apple iOS exploits, Firefox exploits, Linux, anything. There's a lot of stuff that's available. NOPS is no operation, do nothing literally. So these are represented in the Intel family, and they're represented with 0x90. Following the CPU will do nothing for one cycle. So they're often used as a buffer for consistent and consistencies, consistent payload sizes, so on and so forth. So there's the NOPS folder that includes all of this stuff. And then there's the actual payloads themselves that include adapters, singles, stagers, etc., etc., etc. So there's the post section, which goes to the final stage of penetration testing for post exploitation. So you've already exploited, and now you want to do something after the exploit. And this is where all of the different post modules that are available. And so these are our answers, right? So, or the questions and the answers. So what is the name of the code taking advantage of a flaw in the system? That's an exploit. What is the name of the code that runs on the target system? That's called a payload. What are self-contained payloads called? They're singles. And is Windows pingback reverse TCP among singles or staged payloads? And so this, we had to do a little bit of clicking around, just going inside of these different things that were right here. So there's the, where is it? Whatever, I'm not going to scroll all the way up, but we already did all that. So you could kind of rewind the video to try to go and find that. Or you could actually go inside of the, if you have the attack box, you can just pull up these different folders, these little directories here, right? So if I go into cd opt, how's there no? So /opt maybe, there you go. So if I go inside cd opt and then list this, inside of this, we're going to find something called the Metasploit framework. And this is inside the attack box for TryHackMe. And the attack box on TryHackMe is a Ubuntu Linux installation. So if you do your own Kali Linux installation, a lot of these things also come pre-installed with any Kali Linux, because Kali Linux is for penetration testing. It's one of the only systems, or maybe the primary system, I would say, that has been designed for the purpose of penetration testing and hacking. So more often than not, all of these things come pre-installed in there. So if we go to cd Metasploit framework and then list what's in here, you'll see these different things. And then what we want is what's inside the embedded directory. And inside that, you'll see these things. And what we want is the framework directory. And inside that, there is all of these other things. And so within the modules is what all of these things lie in, right? So within modules, we're going to find auxiliary, encoders, evasion, exploits, NOPS, payloads, and post, right? So let's see if prior to, where was the singles actually included? So maybe we can actually even find that over here. Encoders, evasion, auxiliary. Nope, they don't even tell us. But so there we go. So let's go inside, for example, let's go inside the payloads directory and list what all the payloads are. There you go. And it's a singles directory, and list what all the singles are, and then it shows you what all the different versions of single payloads are available. So there's the AIX, Android, Apple, iOS, so on and so forth. And so I run Apple, right? So what if I want to see what I can do to hack my own phone? And then you have a ARch64 and ARM type installation. So let's see, we do ARM. And these are the available payloads. So you could do a reverse HTTP interpreter session. You could do a reverse HTTPS interpreter session and TCP interpreter. And this is, I mean, that's pretty crazy, honestly. When you think about it, it's like, it's pretty legit what you can do with Metasploit. So if we go inside the Android, same thing. You could do all of that within Android. If I went back another one and we listed what else is available. So let's see what else is available. There's Python payloads, there's Ruby payloads, Windows. Let's see what's inside Windows. The Windows payload, there's a lot of stuff inside the Windows singles payload. Reverse HTTP, reverse IPv6, reverse TCP, just a regular one. There's a reverse shell, so PowerShell bind TCP, reverse TCP. There's a lot. So this is something that I would click around and search just to see what's available. But then when we get to the next section as well within MSF console, as you'll see, there's an easy way to search these things without having to browse the way that we were just browsing. So I'm just going to skip to the next one, which is the MSF console. And this is a little bit more fun to do. And so we're going to go back to our root. It's actually that thing right here. There we go. And then I'm going to do MSF console just to pull up MSF console, so that we can start searching through the different options that are available. And while that loads, we'll just kind of read through this section right here, right? So it says you just type in MSF console and it'll bring it up for you. It doesn't print this anymore, which is kind of sad because I really would love it for it to print that onto the screen. But it usually just processes the startup and then it gives you this. So right here. Oh, does it print it? No, it doesn't really print it. Now it kind of, what is this? It looks like a question mark, I guess, or whatever. So this is what it looks like once you're in. You actually have this thing. Whoops. You actually have this as your new line command, right? And so when you see this, that means it's been loaded. Or if you see this whole thing happening, that means MSF console has been loaded. So let's zoom back out of the screen and let's go find what they want us to start searching for. So if we just type in the ls command, which is list contents, and that works with most other Linux, Ubuntu type installations. The only thing that it doesn't work on is Windows, and for Windows it is dir for directory, and it lists whatever is inside the directory. So if I do ls inside here, it shows me. So it says it's executing ls, and it's showing me what's actually on my desktop right here, and this is the regular desktop. So if I just open up a normal thing, it's also the same thing right here, right? So this is what's actually on our desktop on our attack box, and we can do that when we're inside MSF console. The reason why this is important is you can take scripts and payloads from your local machine that you downloaded from GitHub, for example, and then you can load them into MSF console and then use that payload and that script for other things. So we can do clear, and it will clear the screen. So a lot of the similar commands that's actually available on Linux is also available within MSF console, and then you do help and it'll show you what is available within MSF console. Or you could do help and one of these greater than symbols right here, which means I want you to output it to something called a text file. How is there no such command when it literally is telling me that I could do it right here? Isn't that crazy? Oh, they literally just said that there is no such command. So I guess there's certain things that are not available. Aha, that's what I was trying to teach you. So, okay, so the help command does show certain things. So you could do set option value. So you could say help for the command set. And so we're going to be using this when we use some of the modules later. So if we want to set the lhost, the local host parameter, you would do set lhost and then the parameter, which is our attack box IP address. We'll go through that in a little bit. History shows you the history of the commands that have been ran on Metasploit. That's Metasploit session that you're on. An important feature of MSF console is the tab completion, which I've used a couple of times already, which you just press tab and it types the rest of the command for you. So it's very similar to this. So if I went here and I did cd pictures, instead of just doing the full word of pictures, I could just press tab midway and it'll fill it in for me. So that's one thing that's also available within Metasploit or MSF console. It is managed by context, meaning that unless you set it as a global variable, all parameter settings will be lost if you change the module that you're in, or you close the session and restart, so on and so forth. So in the example below, we've used this Eternal Blue exploit, and we've set such parameters as our hosts, which is the receiving host, and we're going to switch to another module. We would need to set our host again when you're inside the second module. So we're going to use exploit Windows Eternal Blue. Now, here's something that I want you to kind of get used to doing. I wonder if they're going to have us do it later. No, because we're going to be, oh, it does. So it says search, and then it kind of helps you use the search command as well. So instead of using, we could always just search for the exploit name. So let's go back to where we were right here. So we can always search for the exploit name, which would then allow us to find it and kind of shorthand the completion of the search, right? So I'm just going to open this up in a second window so I can stay zoomed in the entire time, and you can kind of see what we've been doing. So if I go back to our MSF console window, and let's do search Eternal Blue. If I do that, it'll bring the number of exploits that have to do with Eternal Blue, and there's one that actually has Eternal Blue in the name of the exploit. But then there are some that it's not in the name of the exploit, but in the description of it, it says, you know, Eternal Romance, Eternal Synergy, Eternal Champion. So that doesn't even have anything to do with Eternal Blue. It just has the word Eternal in it, I guess. Or these might be different things that have to do with Eternal Blue, maybe. But the name of the exploit specifically that we want to use is this one, which is the MS017010. So instead of me typing that, so I could do this. I could do use exploit ... Windows ... and keep pressing tab. I could do this, or I could just do use 0, which is the ID that's dedicated to that exploit, and I could just do use 0 and it'll start that exploit up for me. And then within this, we want to see what's available in it, right? So I could still do ls and see that I can see my desktop, but I could do show options, and it will show me all of the options available for the Eternal Blue exploit. Wait, I gotta get a hang of this. So these are the options that are available for the Eternal Blue exploit. So there's the rhost set of options. So this is for the victim that we need to attack. So it says this is required. So you have to set this parameter if you want this to work. The rport is required, so you have to set that if you want it to work. And this one's pre-filled for us, so the target port could just be the 445 port, because Eternal Blue I think works on this port only. Maybe we'll figure that out in a little bit. And then the verify arch is also set to yes, it's mandatory, and it's set to true, so it's either a true or a false type of a field. I need to get a hang of this because this is kind of annoying the hell out of me right now, like a little bit. There you go. Okay. So check if the remote architecture matches exploit target. So you have to check to see if that actually matches the target of the exploit. Only affects Windows Server 2008 R2, Windows 7, Windows Embedded Standard 7 target machine. So if it doesn't match those things, it's not going to work. Verify target is also mandatory, and it's also set to true. So it says check if the remote OS matches the exploited target. Only affects those same types of Windows. And then you have the local host parameters that you have to set, which has already been pre-filled for us because we're already on the local host. And so this is the IP address of the machine that I'm on right here. And then the port that is established is already 444, right? And so exploit target is automatic. It's choosing automatically what we want it to do. So that's basically it. These are the basic commands or the parameters that can be set for this particular exploit. Now that we've seen what the options are for this exploit, we want to see what the payloads are. So it's the same thing. So show payloads. And so it'll show us what the payloads are that can be used for this particular exploit that we're on, right? And you can scroll through it. There's a lot. Because there's different versions for different operating systems, and then there's reverse HTTP, there's reverse TCP. There's a lot of different types of payloads that can be used for this particular thing. If you don't set one, it'll just use the default or the original that was set when this thing was created. So you can set one if you want to. You can test all the different ones if you want to. But if you don't set one, it just uses a default. Couple other commands that we could use while we are inside the exploit. You could also use it when you're out of the exploit. You would just need to refer to the full path of where the exploit is. But one is called info. So you do info and it gives you all of the information related to this particular exploit, right? And so these are the vulnerabilities that it attacks, and these are all clickable links, so it'll open them up in your browser. And these are the vulnerabilities that we could attack using this particular exploit. Then let's go to the top of this thing so we could kind of see how it all starts. So it gives us the name of the actual exploit itself, which is the Eternal Blue SMB server message block remote Windows kernel pool corruption. This is the module path. It's for Windows. x64 is the architecture. It is a privileged requirement. The license is Metasploit's license. Rank is average, I guess, so it's not that great, it's not that bad. And it was disclosed in 2017. And it's provided by Equation Group Shadow Brokers, and these are the guys that leverage this thing to do some pretty bad damage. There's a big story behind it, so for your own information, if you want to kind of see what this thing was used for, do Eternal Blue Shadow Brokers on Google, and then you'll see some really good stuff. And then Sean Dillon and Dylan Davis were the people that developed it, etc., etc. And these are the available targets that you can target using this particular exploit. There is supported, and then these are the basic options. So without having to go into show options or without even loading the exploit, you could see what it is. So I'm just going to copy this just so I can show you what that means. So I'm going to copy this path, and then if you want to exit out of an exploit, you just do back and you press enter, and it takes you back to the original thing. And so if I just did info and then the path of the exploit, it'll show me all of the information, right? And so if we went to search, and instead of searching for Eternal Blue or whatever, we want to search for a type of exploit. So we could do type auxiliary and then telnet, because telnet is also something that's pretty exploitable. It's very vulnerable. Then it'll show us all of the type of exploits that are available that are auxiliary. They're inside the auxiliary folder, and they have to do with telnet, right? So if I did search telnet, it'll give me 42 results instead of just the 15 results that have to do with the auxiliary folder, right? And so in this particular case, let's say we want to get more information about this one, but we don't want to go in here, or we want to get more information about a few of these without having to go in it, then come back, go in it, and then come back. So this one right here, for example, because it's a short one to type, and I just want to get better at typing. So I could just do info, payload, cmd, Unix, reverse. And then it gives me all the info for that particular payload, right? So it's an easy way to navigate a lot of these things, and you just get to learn a lot about the particular exploits themselves and what you can do with them. And when you're doing your pen testing exercises and, you know, ethical hacking exercises that have permission, so on and so forth, you can use this thing. Metasploit is one of the best frameworks for penetration testing. So this is one of those things that if you just get good at Metasploit, you'll probably get a lot of opportunities presented to you, because this is a really big one. And it's one of my favorite ones because it just, as you can see, there's so many options available. So it's that's kind of the gist of it, and how to use it, how to navigate through it. And we did the show command, we did show payloads, we did back. This is the info command, and it shows us also the info exploits. Search We did that, and we did, oh, okay, this is important to know. So let's go here just so we could see one more time. So let's do search, I'll do Windows, and it'll bring everything that has related to Windows, 2,352 exploits related to Windows. And then you see this thing right here, excellent, excellent, great, normal. This is the ranking of the actual payload itself and how effective it actually is. So if it has a normal ranking, it's not going to be as effective as an excellent ranking, meaning that if you run this normal one, the chances of it actually working won't be as great as if you ran the excellent one. And this is how it's ranked right here. So we'll go back. So it says excellent ranking. The exploit, let's see, we can read it in a little bit more clear way right here. So it says the exploit will never crash the service. This is the case for SQL injections, command injection, RFI, LFI, etc. No typical memory corruption exploits should be given this ranking unless there are extraordinary circumstances. The great ranking is the exploit has a default target and either auto detects an appropriate target or uses application specific return address after a version check. Good ranking is a default target, and it's a common case for this type of software. Normal ranking, it's otherwise reliable but depends on a specific version and can't or doesn't reliably auto detect. Average ranking is generally unreliable. Low ranking is nearly impossible to exploit or under 50% success rate. And manual ranking, this exploit is unstable or difficult to exploit and is basically a denial of service. This ranking is also used when the module has no use unless specifically configured by the user. So you would have to configure the exploit to make it work. It doesn't have auto detection available. It doesn't have general payloads or things like that. You would have to modify and create everything manually. And that's basically what the ranking is for these things. And search type auxiliary, we already did that. So you know how to search by type. And so here are the answers. So very basically, how would you search for a module related to Apache? You just do search Apache. Who provided the auxiliary scanner SSH login module? And then that would be provided by running info. So you would search for, let's say, SSH login, and you would find this whole thing, and you would do info this, or you would go into it. You would use this actual exploit and type info while you're in there, and it would give you that information. Okay, so now we're going to start working with one of the modules here. And so the particular module, once you have entered the context of a module, use command will, okay, we already covered all that. We're going to set parameter value, already covered all that. So this is what the regular command prompt is going to look like before you get to MSF console. That's what it's going to look like once you're actually inside the MSF console. And then that's what it's going to look like when you're inside an exploit. You've already seen all of this. Once you run the exploit, a number of things can happen, one of which is called the Meterpreter command prompt. And so if it's successful, you'll get a Meterpreter command prompt. That means you're inside the machine in some capacity and you could do certain things. If you have a shell on the target system, so we're inside Linux, and so if we get a shell on the target system, it'll show a Windows command prompt because we've actually gotten into a Windows shell for our command prompt, right? And then this is the show options, as we've already discussed. And as you can see the screenshot above, some of these parameters require a value. They're mandatory that you have to set them. So you got to set our host, you got to show the options, and then it'll show you, right? So if you do set our hosts, and why don't I just do this? Let's actually do this together. So I believe for this exercise, we're going to be using the Eternal Blue payload or the Eternal Blue exploit. So I'm going to search for Eternal Blue again, and it'll give me the list of the exploits. I'm going to use this one because I want to use this one. And the show option says that all of these things have been already set for me, but I need to set our hosts parameter with the IP address of the machine that we're going to be attacking. So our victim machine, which is this IP address. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to say set our hosts. And it's not case sensitive, so you don't have to worry about it being caps locked. And I'm going to set my host to that. So now if I do show options again, it'll show that my R host has actually been set to the IP address. So now I want to use this. see if I can actually get the session, right? The interpreter session. So I could either do run as the command, or I could do exploit as the command. So I run it, and then it starts running. And it ran successfully, because now I have a interpreter session, and these are all of the steps that it took to actually do what we wanted it to do. And these green steps are giving us good signs, right? So the green plus right here, it means that the host is likely vulnerable to this exploit. The target is vulnerable, connection was established, target OS is valid for the indicated SMB, and so on and so forth. And now we actually have our interpreter session. So let's see if we do a couple of commands, what we could do in here. So if we do ls, that didn't really do anything. If I do dir, that doesn't really do anything. So maybe I can do PowerShell. Oh, no, it did. It just took a long time to work. So I wonder which one worked. Did both of them work? It seems like both commands worked. It seems like both ls and dir gave me the results of what's inside the directory that we're in. And it seems like we're inside some kind of root directory. There's a lot of things that just showed up inside this thing for us to use. So let's see if we can use the common directory for print working directory. And it says we're inside a Windows machine. We're inside the system 32. So if I wanted to traverse backwards, I could just do that and do print working directory. Now I'm inside the Windows folder. And if I do that, it shows all of these things. So I want to go back one more and print working directory. Now I'm inside the regular root folder. So if I do this, it should give me the rest of the stuff. And so some things that are kind of key here, and we might be getting ahead of ourselves, but why not? So there's the program files folders that show obviously all the different programs that are available. There's a recovery folder. There's a users folder. There's a flag right here. I don't know if we're going to get it in this exercise, but we'll try to get it anyway. Why not? And then there's the users and Windows and so on and so forth. So first let's go into users and print working directory. We're inside users. Let's list what users are available. We have the public users, we have John, a default user, and all the users, right? So let's see if we can go into John's folder. We're inside John's folder. What's inside John's folder? He has a bunch of things in here. Ooh, what's here? You got recent, you got pictures. There's a couple of files that seem to be kind of important. They seem to be data files or log files. There's the My Documents folder. There's links and downloads and his desktop. Let's go to his desktop. Let's see what's on his desktop. Nope, not much. So let's go back and then let's go to maybe his downloads folder. What did this guy download? Same thing, not much. So let's see what's inside the Documents folder. My music, desktop, flag number 3 is inside his Documents folder. So you see, you're pretty much inside the guy's machine, and you're doing it using the command line, and you can pretty much traverse through the whole thing. So if I just do cat flag 3txt, that's the flag. So admin documents can be valuable. They sure can. So let's go back one. Let's do ls one more time. Let's go back another one. Let's do ls one more time. And we want to, I'm going to go back one more because there was another flag. Where was it? Flag 1. So let's do cat flag 1.txt and access the machine completed, right? So pretty cool, pretty cool. We technically just hacked a Windows machine. That's basically all it took, is run a Metasploit session, find some vulnerabilities that apply to the type of system that we're running, and then from there you just run the exploit, which is like, it's scary how easy it can be to hack somebody. So yeah, that was it. That was it. So let's see what the questions are at the bottom here. It says, how would you set L port value to 66? We already did that for our local with our hosts. So we did our host, right? We set our host for ourselves. We could do listen port if we wanted to for ourselves. And then unset payload. So that could be one of those things that you could do. You could set a payload to something. You could unset something. So if I wanted to unset, I'm already inside the interpreter session. So what if I can do back or exit? I think that's what I have to do. There you go. So you do exit and you leave the session that you're in. And if I do show options, and it says that, you know, my R host is set to this, so I want to unset R hosts. And I just do that, and I said unsetting R hosts. So now if I do show options again, it'll show that the R host is empty, and I can choose a different host, for example, if I wanted to, right? So very simple, like really easy, almost commonsensical how you could do this. And then what command would you run to exploit something? We used exploit. You could also use run as the command. So fairly easy to use Metasploit, which is, again, one of my favorite frameworks for hacking. All right, so last one is the summary, which is, I mean, it's not a big deal, right? So it says, as we've seen so far, it's a powerful tool that facilitates exploitation. Exploitation comprises three main steps: finding the exploit, customizing the exploit, and then running the dang exploit. It provides many modules that you can use for each step of the exploitation process. Through this room, we have seen some of the basics. So this is how you run Metasploit, like really, really simple and very, very easy to do. Almost scary how easy it is to run an exploit with Metasploit and hack a system, as you just saw. So have fun, be careful, don't do anything illegal, because this is all a felony if you do it against somebody and you get caught and all that stuff. So just be careful out there. Make sure everything that you do has permission attached to it, or you're running it against your own machines, so that you know there's no issues and there's no problems in that regard. So it's your boy Hank Hackerson. We just did the Metasploit introduction with TryHackMe. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share and comment. The commenting is really important. The subscribing is really important, because I do this for free and I invest my time and energy and even some of my own dollars so that you can see what's going on over here. So this was a free room, which means anyone can deploy the machines. So that's a really cool thing with TryHackMe as well. They have a lot of free rooms that without being subscribed, you can get access to a lot of these things. And 167,000 users so far have used this, and it's a very, very useful room. So even if you don't want to use the discount link to get an extra discount on top of the super affordable, so almost cheap, I think it's just ridiculous how affordable this thing is. I think right now it's like 12 bucks to get access to TryHackMe Pro, and then you would get a $5 discount if you use the link in the bio. So it's amazing. It's very, very easy to do. So everybody could afford that. I know people who spend more in Starbucks than the cost of this thing. So it's just ridiculous. But yeah, that's kind of the introductory room for Metasploit. So I will see you in the next one. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. Talk to you guys soon. All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, and today we're continuing with our CompTIA PenTest Plus training inside TryHackMe. If you do not have access to TryHackMe, you can get it through the link in the description, and you'll get a discount on an already super affordable membership, and then you can just kind of continue with this. We're on the pathway of PenTest Plus, so make sure that you follow along with us. You can like, subscribe, share, and if you turn on the notification bell, the next time that I drop one of the videos in this path, you'll definitely get notified when the video drops. So the room today is going to be the WireShark room. Yesterday we did, or in the last video in this series, we were in tools and code, and we did the Metasploit introduction in the last video. And then today we're going to do WireShark, then we're going to do Burp Suite, so on and so forth. We're just going to go down this pathway, and then we're going to go to the rest of these rooms as well. And this is all going to be under the PenTest Plus room. So WireShark is one of the, I think it's actually a standard, kind of the most used packet capture tool that exists out there. And it's also the tool, I mean, they've used it in Mr. Robot, so you can actually see them using this in Robot. It's a packet capture, meaning that it can capture traffic from whatever network you're on, and then you can analyze that traffic. And if certain transactions are done in that traffic, meaning like, let's say you're in a coffee spot, like a Starbucks or something, and you connect to their Wi-Fi and you start capturing their traffic, if other people are connected to the Wi-Fi and you start capturing that traffic, you could potentially see the traffic that every other person is viewing on their phone or on their computer. And if somebody logs into their bank account, for example, and you can capture that traffic. And I'm not telling you to do this, by the way, because that's super illegal. And if you get caught, you get, it's a felony and you're screwed and shit like that. But that's potentially it. And then you capture the traffic, and then you can see the packets of that transaction. And in there might be the cookies that have been saved that show the person's username and password. Obviously, it's not going to show it in plain text, but you would see the hash value of those things, and then you can decrypt those things and decode them, so on and so forth. So, not saying to do it, but this is a very useful tool, and it's open source, meaning it's free. And this room, by the way, actually, so as we can see it down here, the WireShark room is also a free room, meaning that you can actually join without having a full subscription, a paid subscription, and then you can launch this room and go ahead and start the machine right here, and then the machine will allow you to run WireShark. So it's pretty cool. And there's the machine loading on the side right here. So we're gonna read into this real quick. I'm gonna minimize this so it doesn't mess with me in the middle of the reading. And then once that loads, we'll actually start running some exercises inside of WireShark so you can see how it works, right? So here we go. The introduction to WireShark is an open source cross-platform network packet analyzer capable of sniffing and investigating live traffic and inspecting packet capture. So they're called PCAP files. It's commonly used as one of the best packet analysis tools, and we're going to look at the basics of WireShark. The virtual machine is attached to it. You don't need SSH or remote desktop protocol to do this. So once it's launched, you could just do the split view that's at the top of the screen, so on and so forth. So which file is used to simulate with the screenshots? And I mean, I already have an answer to this, but I think it's because it's inside the room already. So it actually tells us, right? There are two capture files given in the VM. You can use HTTP1 PCAP to simulate the actions shown in the screenshots. I mean, it's already here, so it tells us this is what's used to simulate the screenshots. And then please note that you need to use the exercise PCAP file to answer the question. So that's what was used to simulate screenshots, and then that PCAP file is what's used for the exercises with the rest of the room. So let's see if this has actually been loaded so we can kind of see almost. So the tool overview, let's look at this a little bit. So it says WireShark is one of the most potent traffic analyzer tools available in the wild. There are multiple purposes for this, so you can detect and troubleshoot network problems such as load failure points and congestion. You can detect security anomalies such as rogue hosts, abnormal port usage, and suspicious traffic. And of course, you can investigate and learn protocol details such as response codes and payload data. So it's used for a lot of different use cases. And obviously, since we're in the pen test room, that means that you can probably do pen testing with this thing as well. So you could capture data and you can use whatever information you've captured to use to pen test. And so this thing that we've opened on the side right here, this is the HTML PCAP file that is used to go through. I mean, at first glance, if you don't know what any of this means, and if you've never seen anything like this, it can be overwhelming because it's basically just lines of data. But just to kind of, I might be getting ahead of myself. I'm sure we're going to cover this in a little bit as well. But so this is the time of so the number of the packet, the time that it came through, the source IP address, the destination IP address, the protocol, so TCP or HTTP or DNS, right? The length of it, so how many bits, and then the information in the actual file itself. So it's kind of like a snapshot of what's inside the packet. And so it went from port 3372 to port 80, and then this was a response. So it's a SYN. SYN is the first packet that goes on in a TCP handshake. And then you have the second packet, which is SYN acknowledge in the TCP handshake. And then the third packet, which is acknowledge, meaning that it's actually been a completed TCP handshake. And so you can see that it went from 3372 to 80, then 80 responded and acknowledged it, and then 3372 acknowledged that last one, and now they have a full TCP handshake. That's just a sampling of what that could look like, right? So this IP address sent the request to this IP address, that IP address responded back, and then this one finalized that response. And that's very simple TCP handshake. And this is basically just to kind of give you an overview of what this particular file looks like. And then if I go back to the desktop real quick, we're going to be using this file to answer the questions. And so we're going to let that load. And so here we go. So the WireShark GUI, graphic user interface, with a single all-in-one page will help investigate the traffic in multiple ways. At first glance, it gives you several sections that stand out. There's the toolbar, the display filter bar, recent files, capture filter and interfaces, and the status bar. And so we can kind of look at this right here. So this is the toolbar, the display filter bar, where you can filter out all of these results that came out. On the home page, this is kind of what it looks like, where it says these are the recent files that you used. If you want to capture traffic on a network on the home page, let me actually show you also what this looks like so that you can actually see what's up. So let's just go to, can we close this out? There we go. So this is, right, so this is exactly what they're talking about. This is the toolbar up here. This is the filter bar right here. We have the recently opened files, which were the last two files that I opened. If I wanted to do a capture, I could just do a drop down and it would show me what all network interfaces are available, but this particular virtual machine doesn't have anything connected to anything, so there's nothing here. But whatever network you're connected to, so whatever Wi-Fi network you're connected to or Ethernet network you're connected to, it'll show you all of the machines that are here, and you could just do all interfaces shown, or you could choose one where you want to capture the traffic for that specific IP address or machine. And then whenever you're ready, you just go up here and then you press start capturing, and it'll start capturing packets on whatever machine you've designated. So right here, this is kind of what it looks like, right? So if you click on this section, these are the potential interfaces that you can capture traffic from. And then this line right here, it shows you how busy that interface is. So these three interfaces at the top right here there has been no traffic because there's no squiggliness in their line, right? And then so ready to load capture, no packets, this is just the status bar. So if you want to load a PCAP file, we could either just do open right here, where we just go and we do open and we find the file, or if it's a PCAP file, you double click it and the way that we did before, and it will open it for you. And then it just shows us what's inside the thing, right? So we did that already, and we went through the packet list already, and then there, for each whatever one you click on, it'll give you the details for that packet. And then there's another view where it just shows you the byte view, which is, I mean, I still have a tough time analyzing these things. The only thing that I know how to analyze are the first 2 bytes right here, which I know determine what kind of protocol or packet it was. And I haven't memorized it, but I know that it's important if you can understand. If you figure out what the first 2 are, and then you go and you Google what type of packet is this, and then you give it those 2 byte data, it'll say, oh, it's this kind of a packet. But that's basically what I know about looking at these types of information right here. So there's the packet list pane, which we saw, packets details, and then packet bytes by pane. And then coloring packets. This one is kind of important. And so you can establish coloring rules, as it says right here. And, you know, the red ones are of importance. Like, you should know, hey, this seems like shady because WireShark is flagging this already as something that we need to look at. There is the black. So let's see if it actually tells us what the colors are right here. It does not tell us what the different colors are. I think black is even more crucial or severe to consider. But if we wanted to just see, we could just click on coloring rules. So it just tells us right here. So it says you can use the right-click menu or view coloring rules to create permanent coloring rules. The colorized packet list menu activates, deactivates the coloring rules. Temporary packet coloring is done with the right-click menu or view conversation filter menu, which is covered in task 5. So we'll go through that in a little bit. And this is the default permanent coloring is below, right? So green should be fine, looks normal. Yellow is of a little bit of importance. Red, black, those things you definitely need to pay attention to. So you can use the blue shark button, which we already discussed, to start network sniffing or capturing traffic. The red button will stop the traffic, and the red button is just a big stop button, which, for every platform or every device known to man, if you press the square, that typically means stop. And then in this particular case, there is no green play button. It's just a shark button that starts capturing the traffic. And so it'll start capturing traffic, and then you can merge PCAP files that will look like this. So file and then merge. And the reason for that is to try to see if there's overflow or overlapping in any kind of a packet that's been captured, or multiple packets, capture files that have been gone through. And then so when you do that, you get to see where the overlaps are. And maybe you're doing it through multiple devices or multiple IP addresses. So it's important to know those things. And then knowing the file details is helpful, especially when working with multiple PCAP files. Sometimes you will need to know and recall the file details, which is the hash value, the capture time, the comments inside the capture, interface, statistics, all of these things to identify the file and prioritize it. You can view the details by following statistics, capture file properties, or by clicking the PCAP icon located on the bottom left of the screen, which is this little thing right here, that little thing. And it'll show you the statistics and the properties of the specific file. And it basically opens up what would be shown down here in a much larger window, and then you can kind of see all of the details of it and further analyze what that packet is. So, okay. So read the capture file comments, and I'm gonna show you what it actually is. So we're gonna kind of go through the thing. So it says use the exercise PCAP file to answer the questions. Read the capture file comments. What is the flag? Okay. So let's open it back up. And what we need to do is we need to go to statistics and properties, and it'll show this thing. It'll open this up for us. And then if we just go down to the comments at the bottom right here, capture file comments, it should show us something about this file. Let me see if I can kind of make that a little bit wider. Can I? Should be able to. There we go. So flag right here. So it's inside the comment section, and all we had to do was we just had to go to, one more time, statistics, properties, and it'll open up everything about this entire capture file. And inside that, we could see if there are any comments attached to it. And then what is the total number of packets? This one is kind of easy. You just pull this all the way down and you just look at the number of packets. And 58,620, that's the total number. 58,000 packets were captured. And this is, by the way, if you're on a busy network, it literally will be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of packets that'll be captured, which is why it's really important to learn how to use this display filter at the top, because you're not going to scroll through every single one of these things to try to figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? So you kind of want to learn how to use these display filters, and it'll help you out a lot. So what is the SHA-256 hash value of the capture file? And so we probably will find that here as well, capture file properties, and then we have the hash SHA-1 and then SHA-256. So it's at the very, very top. And so that's it, right? So SHA-256 hash value is this thing right here. So you do that, copy, and then you go inside the flag and you paste that, and that's how you find the hash value of the file. So easy enough. Moving on. Okay, packet dissection is also known as protocol dissection, which investigates the details by decoding available protocols and fields. It supports, WireShark supports a long list of protocols for dissection, and you can also write your own script to dissect furthermore. And then there's details on it here, which is at the WireShark GitHub page, and it'll show you way more details on dissecting packages. And I'm not gonna go through this whole thing, but if you want to, you're more than welcome to. And WireShark, again, is one of those tools that if you get really good at WireShark, you will most likely stand out among all of the other applicants if you're trying to go for a cybersecurity analyst job or a pen tester, offensive security, red team type of job. So this section covers how WireShark uses the OSI layers to break down packets and how to use these layers for analysis. It's expected that you already have background knowledge of the OSI model. If you don't, just Google that. Very easy. And we'll just do that real quick. Search Google for the OSI model. And right here, very, very simple. It's a conceptual model created by the International Organization for Standardization, which enables diverse communication systems, whatever. This is it. So this is what you really need to know. That entire definition means nothing. So the OSI model starts from the physical layer, which is the actual machine, and then the data link layer, which is the format of the data on the network. So basically how the machine connects to the network. So these are wires or routers and stuff like that. And then you have the network, and then you have the transport layer, whether it's TCP, UDP, it could be HTTP, the session layer, so connections and what is responsible for controlling ports and the sessions that are used. Presentation layer, which is basically what type of application, not the actual application itself, but what is being done to present the information onto the screen. And that layer itself is important. And then the application is the actual application that you're using. So is it Google Chrome? Is it the network? Technically, WireShark itself falls under the application layer. So that's kind of a very brief overview of the OSI model, but you should definitely get to familiarize yourself better with that. All right, so packet details. Here we go. So if we click on a packet, it'll give us the information right here in the packet capture video, section, excuse me. And if you click on the frame, it'll give you these details, and then you can click on that little arrow and it'll open that up for you. And then you can click on any of these other things and it'll open that up for you. And so each time you click a detail, it'll highlight the corresponding part in the packets pane, which is on the right side of the screen. So let's have a closer look at this thing, right? So first and foremost, frame 1, which would be layer 1 of the OSI model, that bottom layer that we saw. This will show you what frame packet you're looking at and the details specified to the physical layer of the OSI model, which is the very, very top thing. So this at the top is for layer 1 of the OSI model. So it'll show you physical or data about the physical information, right? So it'll be through the Ethernet. Let's see what else is very important. Ether type, right? IP, TCP, HTTP, etc. Layer 2 will be the MAC address, or the layer 2 of the OSI model. So it'll show you what it is. Destination came from Xerox. Source went to this particular MAC address. Type IPv4. So layer 3 would be source IP address. So Internet Protocol version. It'll give you information about the source IP address, which is right here, and the destination IP address, which is right there. And there's a lot of other information in here, the flags that were attached to this, and we can just kind of go through that a little bit later. Layer 4 would be the protocol that was used. So it's on the transport layer of the OSI model, so it tells us right here. So this is the network layer, which is layer 3. This is the data link layer, which was layer 2. And layer 4 is the transport layer, which is layer 4 of the OSI model. Transmission control protocol. So it went from port 80 to port 3371, and the source port, information about the source port, any flags that were attached to it, and then timestamps and the sequence, acknowledgement, etc., etc., etc. Protocol errors. This is a continuation of 4th layer showing specific segments from the TCP that needs to be reassembled. And so this is the reassembling of the TCP segments, and it shows you what other packets or what other frames are relevant to the individual packet that you're looking at right now. And application protocol, which would be layer 5. And so this is it. So this is hypertext transfer, so HTTP. And it gives you information about that, right? So where was it? It was going to this IP address, it seems like, and content encoding, content length. The request for this particular one is in frame 18, and this is the HTTP, the URL that it interacted with and it went to. the application data layer looks like this, and whatever application it was using. And now that we understand what a general packet is composed of, let's try to answer these questions. So view packet number 38. So I'm just going to go all the way to the top. Was not trying to do that. Going to go all the way to the top. And I think there's also even the option that if we click on here, if I do Control F, it'll let me do a little find. And if I do 38 find, it'll just bring up packet 38 for me. Or it actually looks up 38 in all of these things, so maybe not. Okay, so here's packet 38. Which markup language is used under the HTTP protocol section? So if I go here, we're just gonna kind of drop that down. So HTTP protocol section right here, and then it says markup language. So let me see if I can, maybe if I do a full screen of this, there we go. Makes it a little bit easier. And the markup language, let's try to scroll through this. It actually is not under that. I should have known this very beginning. It's actually under the extensible markup language, as it says right here. So that's basically it. That's the language that we're using. The extensible markup language under HTTP. That's what I guess the hint was, right? So packet numbers are shown on the left. Well, we already know that. So under the HTTP protocol, so this is it. The answer is extensible markup language. That's the actual answer. And what is the arrival date of the packet? The answer format is going to be this. So to try to find that information, we just need to go look at the details of where it's going to be at. So arrival time, it's at the very, very top under the layer 1 frame 38, that information. As long as you just drop that down, it'll show you right here, arrival time, May 13, 2004. And that's the actual time, universal time. I think that's what UTC stands for. So 5/13/2004, and that was the answer. What is the TTL value? TTL value stands for time to live, and in the hint it says that it would be under the IP protocol section. So IP is Internet Protocol version 4, so that's the section that we're going to look at. And TTL right here is time to live. And so the TTL value is 47, as we can see right here. And what is the TCP payload size? So if we go to the transmission control protocol and we're looking for the payload size, and at the bottom of the transmission control protocol it says TCP payload 424 bytes. So 424 ends up being the answer. And what is the ETAG value? And the ETAG value is under the HTTP, the Hypertext Transfer Protocol section, and it has its own line item called ETAG. And so you just copy that and then paste it. Although I think what I did was I opened it maybe to be able to copy paste it, because I don't think you can copy this. Oh, you know, if you right click it, it'll give you copy, and then you can copy the value of it, and it'll give you the value of that line. And then you can go ahead and paste it into your answer. So there you go. We just analyzed our first line item, our first packet from our PCAP file. So let's go to the next one, packet navigation. All right, so packet navigation, this is when you're trying to search for things and try to figure out what you're looking at. Basically, we kind of first dove deep on one packet. Now we want to kind of try to see how we can find the packets or relevant stuff, moving on. So WireShark calculates the number of investigated packets, assigns a unique number for each packet. So to go to the packet, you can just do Control G, or you could just go and then go to packet, and it'll bring it up here, and then you can do go to packet, and it'll bring up the packet for you. And so I think I did Control F for find, and when I did that, what it did was it found whatever information in this entire series of packets that have the numbers 38 in it. So if I went to go to packet and then actually typed in 38, or well, now it's giving me 3. So if I did 38, go to packet, it went to packet number 3, go to packet 38, do that, there you go. Now it's going to go to packet 38. So we could have done it that way. and then it will bring it up for you onto the screen. And if you want to find packets, so this is the, apart from the packet number, you can find packets by the content of the packet. So you could do edit, find packet, and then make a search inside the packets for a particular event of interest. So for example, you could do display filter, hex, string, regular expressions. The second point is choosing the search field. You can conduct searches in 3 panes: the packet list, the packet details, and by packet bytes. And it's important to know available information in each pane to find the event of interest. For example, if you try to find the information available in the packet details pane and conduct a search in the packet list pane, WireShark isn't even going to know, isn't going to find it even if it exists, because you just used the wrong section to find it. And then you can mark or unmark packets, right? So marking packets is a really helpful way of functionality for an analyst. You can find or point to a specific packet for further investigation by marking it. It helps analysts point to an event of interest or explore particular packets from the capture. And then you can edit, click on edit, and then right-click menu, either edit or the right-click menu to mark or unmark packets. And then it kind of shows us a screenshot of that. Then you have packet comments. So if you click on a packet, you could either right-click or go to edit and then just view on packet comments, and it will show you any comments relevant to that specific packet. And then of course you can export packets. So you can click a series of packets or an individual packet and you can export it. Then you can export objects. So there's specific parts of the packet that you can export. For example, the HTTP portion of that packet, right? So WireShark can extract files transferred through the wire. For a security analyst, it's vital to discover shared files and save them for further investigation. Exporting objects, which are either the payloads or the actual files that are attached to something, for the stream that you're looking at, so DICOM, HTTP, IMF, SMB, TFTP, etc. You can export those objects. Then there's the time display format. So everything right now I think is being viewed by UTC, but you can, it says date and time of the year of the thing. You could do seconds since the beginning of capture. There's a lot of different things that you could look at, and I think you could even change the time zones. Then it'll change it for you, right? So UTC time display format, it'll actually change the different views for it. So that this one is time, seconds since the beginning of capture, and a UTC time display format. These are the 2 different ones that it looks like. Expert info, right? So severity, blue, light blue, yellow, and red. So chat, basically it's a regular conversation. Note, notable events like application errors or codes. Warn, meaning unusual error codes or problem statements. And an error is problems like malformed packets. Those are the types of things that you could look at when you're looking at expert info, which is one of the other details shown in WireShark. And then you have checksums and comments. So frequently encountered information are listed in the table below, like checksum errors, packet comment section. It could be deprecated or it could be malformed, and that's basically the information of it. The lower left bottom section, which is that little thing that we found at the bottom right here, that little thing can bring up this information. So the expert information, you can also find it under Analyze Expert Information, and that's where these notes come in from. That's where you can see these different color packets, or the colorations, excuse me, of the individual notes about that particular packet, and it can kind of help you analyze the packet easier if you don't know what's going on, or so on and so forth. So search for R4W string in the packet details. What is the name of artist 1? So we're going to go to, what we're going to do, we're going to search for, and it's not go to packet, it's find different details of the packet. So let's see if we could just search for R4W. So if I do Control F and do R4W and find, okay, it brought that information for us, and this seems to be the line that it's on, and it says artist 1. So let's kind of zoom in here. So it found the piece of the string that actually is attached to, and it's under the truncated, and this is under what exactly? This is under the line-based text data, the text HTML, which is under the HTTP portion of this. And so it goes directly to the line that that specific thing exists in. And then so this is it. So that's what it found for us. And it says artist.php artist1 equals that. And so that's the answer that you want. And that is indeed the answer of the question right here. Then go to packet number 12 and read the comments. What is the answer to the comments of packet number 12? So if we just do go to packet 12, enter, it'll bring up packet 12. If I click on that, and I believe it is packet comment. And so this is what's in here. This is not a flag, this is not a flag. Anything else here? Go to packet number 39765 if you want the rest of that information, it seems. So what is the MD5 hash value of the extracted image? So 39765 is going to be what we're going to continue to search for, 39765. And it's a JPEG file image, and that's what the previous comment asked us to look for. It says, what's the hash value of the JPEG? Okay, so we were able to find the packet itself. We know that it's a JPEG that's attached to it. If we go to statistics and we do capture file properties on this packet, come down to the comments section, and at the end it says packet comments. Go to the packet number, look at the packet details pane, right click on the JPEG section and export the packet bytes. This is an alternative way to extract data from the file. So what is the MD5 hash value of the extracted image? So if we do this, right click on this, click on that, export packet bytes, and I guess save it here. So we just do bytes on the desktop, save that. Let's see what we get. Go here. Okay, so we had to first download the thing, and this is kind of, I'm glad I remembered this. I almost forgot how I got this thing, and I didn't have to Google it this time, which I'm very happy about. So we downloaded the file by going to the actual line item. We found the second packet, so because it told us to go to packet 12 and read the comments. We read the comments, and it brought us to 39765 as the packet. Inside that packet, we can see that there's a JPEG file attachment, and so when you right click that and you do export bytes, it allows you to export the image itself. And so we exported the image, and this is the image right here, and it's on my desktop. And so I basically went to CD desktop, I changed my directory to desktop, I found that the file is right here. And to find the MD5 hash of anything, you just do MD5 sum and then the name of the file or the path to the file, and it gives it to you. And that's the MD5 sum of this particular packet's contents, so on and so forth. So we found that, which is great. So now there's a TXT file inside the capture file. Find the file and read it. What is the alien's name? And obviously it says it right there, but let's go find this TXT file. Okay, so what I was actually supposed to do, and it's been a long time, so this is a nice refresher for me. So we're supposed to go to, I believe it is File, Export, Objects, there you go, HTTP, and then in here we're supposed to filter for TXT, and it'll bring one particular packet that has a TXT in it. And then we're going to save it. There's a file name attached to it, which is node.txt. We're going to save that on our desktop with the rest of the stuff that we just saved. And, oops, I already clicked save. We're going to close that. Then we're going to minimize this and should now have a note.txt. So if I do cat note.txt, and this is what it is right here. So that's the actual contents of this thing. And if you kind of open it up, it might be a little bit easier to view in the terminal. Yeah, it's actually easier to view in the terminal. For some reason, the text editor wasn't really that good. So packet master, you can kind of make out what that says. And that's the way that you find it. So essentially, what's important is for you to learn how to find the txt file inside this thing. And so if you go through File, Export Objects, HTTP, and then you type the .txt in here, that's where you would find the file that is relevant to this. And then so that's it. So now, last piece that we got to do is expert info section. What is the number of warnings? And so this is how we found expert info, is to go through, what is it, app data, I think, or analyze, and then expert information. So analyze, expert information, and the number of warnings. So this would be a warning. Oh, there you go. It's actually at the very end of it. So the count is right there. So 1636. That's the number of warnings. So you didn't even need to go through the entire list. If you just go to the end, it shows you the count and the number that is associated with whatever is under this section. So the number of warnings under expert information is 1636, and we got that as well. So moving on to packet filtering. So there's a powerful filter engine that helps analysts narrow down the traffic and focus on the event of interest. This is actually very, very useful. Filters are specific queries. So instead of reading all that, let me just show you what that means. So it's right here. So if we go to the apply display filter, you can start searching, either type it in yourself, or you could actually even click on one of the packets and apply that packet as a filter, right? So if I went here, click on a random one, do this, and then apply as filter, selected, and now it shows you. So frame time, relative such and such. Oh, it's the section that you also apply as filter. So that's another thing. So I clicked on the frame time. So if I click on this, for example, and use that and apply the IP address as filter, then it'll apply that IP address as the filter, right? So it'll show everything that has to do with that source IP address. We can X this out. We can go to, let's say, what else could we use that might be relevant or relative, useful? Maybe we could do, let's see. Well, it'll probably give us some things to filter for. So when you use the applies filter option, you'll filter only a single entity of the packet, right? The option is a good way of investigating a particular value in packets. However, suppose you want to investigate a specific packet number and all of the linked packets by focusing on IP addresses and port numbers. In that case, the conversation filter is what's useful. So let's go back here and let's click on this thing, do this, and then go to conversation filter. And then we can do, pretty much everything that has to do with that. So let's say TCP. We want to use the TCP as a conversation filter. And so these are the list of everything that has to do with that packet in the conversation filter type, right? So TCP, these are all the TCP packet types. And then it says right here, so the IP address equals that, and IP address equals that. So two different IP addresses, and the TCP port equals this, and TCP port equals 80. So anything that has to do with any of these things will show up inside your filters. This option, so the colorized conversation option, is similar to the conversation filter with one difference. It highlights the linked packets without applying a display filter and decreasing the number of viewed packets. This option works with the coloring rules and change the packet colors without considering previously applied color rule. And then you can use the right click, view colorized conversation, to colorize a linked packet and a single click. And then you can do view colorized conversation, reset colorization to undo what you just did, right? So we could do right click on the packet, colorize the conversation that has to do with TCP, and then choose a color that you want, and every single conversation that has to do with that will show up. And it won't remove any of the other pieces, unlike the other one which actually removed all of the other packets. But what it'll do is it'll colorize everything that has to do with that conversation according to your conversation filter. And then if you wanted to, you could just go back and reset that. So prepare as filter. Similar to apply as filter, this option helps analysts create a display filter from the right-click menu. However, unlike the previous option, this doesn't apply the filters after the choice. It adds the required query to the pane and waits for the execution, which is enter, and another chosen filtering option, including and or. So it'll fill this up here for you. It just won't actually do it. It'll fill that up, and then if you want to do and another filter afterwards, or another filter afterwards, you could do that. So it'll prepare this thing or that section. So instead of applying it, so let's do this. We'll do prepare as filter, the particular thing selected, but it won't actually filter it. It waits for me to press enter, and then once I press enter, it'll actually apply the filter. And if I wanted to, I could do or, and then bring another thing. So IP destination, is that DST? There you go, DST host equals, let's say we want to do, are they all the same destination? It seems to be that they're all the same destination, but whatever. Let's say I want to do and actually, so I want to do the source address is that, and the host destination is 10.10.57.178. Let's say that's the filter that I actually want to apply, and it'll double up and it'll show me everything else. So it prepares it as a filter, and then you can add to it later and then press enter. Then you got the filtration for apply as column. So you can click on a packet, right click menu, or analyze apply as column, and then it adds columns to the packet list pane, right? Once you click the value and apply it as a column, it'll be visible on the packet list pane. This helps analysts examine the appearance of a specific value across the available packets in the capture file. So right click on this specific portion right here, apply it as a column, and now it'll bring everything in the type on the actual packet list under that specific type. And then you could do that, apply as column. And then the follow stream, which is very useful as well. So it's possible to reconstruct the streams and view the raw traffic as it's presented in the application level. You can right click or analyze follow TCP UDP HTTP stream to follow traffic streams. They're shown in a separate dialog box like so. And packets originating from the server are highlighted with blue, and those originating from the client are highlighted with red. So it shows you the TCP conversation stream right here, and it'll also actually say that there's 43 packets that are in that stream, and then it'll display all of that inside this new window for you. Then you got that. And so let's say go to packet number 4, right click on hypertext transfer protocol and apply it as a filter. Now look at the filter pane. What is the filter query? And we already have an answer, but let's do it. So let's just go to packet number 4. Packet number 4 isn't displayed, so let me exit this out. And let's go to packet number 4, enter. And there you go, that's packet number 4. And it says right click on hypertext right here, and then apply it as a filter. So we're going to apply this as a filter. And now it should show you everything that's under the protocol, which is HTTP, which is the correct answer. So what is the number of displayed packets? And if we look at down here, it'll show us displayed 1089. Okay. Go to packet number 33790 and follow the stream. What is the total number of artists? Okay, the problem was I was searching the TCP conversation when I was supposed to be searching the HTTP conversation. So let's see if this one actually does a better thing for us. So if we do artist.php, and then the artists themselves should be showing up, I think, because all of this was just like BS before, and we couldn't even find the information. So category is artist.php, artists, and then there's disclaimer, da 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 da. Okay, so we got the first one, it seems, is this person. Let's see if we can find artist number 2. Artist number 2 is right here. And let's see if we can find artist number 3, and they are right here. So we got 3 artists. And what is the name of the second artist, which is Blade or Blad number 3. Okay, so there you go. This was a little bit trickier, but the simple response was go to the packet itself. Since the packet, and this is kind of the hint, right? So if we go to the protocol of the packet, it's HTTP, and when you right click it and you want to look at the conversation, it gives you 2 options. So you can do follow TCP stream, which was what I initially chose, but you're supposed to actually do HTTP stream, because if you do TCP stream, then everything else, look at this. This is just BS, right? You can't, I don't know what any of this would be broken down to. So you're not even looking at, or I wasn't looking at it correctly. So when you go back to here and then do the same thing, but now do HTTP stream, it'll actually show you the contents of all of those things. And look, this is all legible, and you can analyze this, and you can even search for the contents of it. So that's the key factor right there. And that was it. And so this is it. We are now at the conclusion that we just finished the WireShark basics room, and then we can go to another one, which is packet operations, which is a follow-up room. And I wonder, oh, I haven't even done this. So this could be a nice follow-up to packet operations for WireShark. So that would be pretty cool to do. And I will definitely do that because I have not done this room. So that would be fun to do. So anyways, so here it is, right? This is the WireShark introduction, the basics of WireShark. I'm going to terminate this thing. And I hope you learned some good things. If you've never used WireShark before, it's definitely very useful, especially when you get really good at the filtering and following conversations and knowing what you're actually looking at. And as you just saw, I haven't done the follow-up to this room. So it'll be even useful for me to do that, and I will do that. And you best believe there's going to be a recording that comes with that. And we can just learn more and more and more about this, because this is very useful for defensive security as well as offensive security. So WireShark Basics, this is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. I hope you found this room useful. I hope you learned, and I definitely got some nice review content, so that was very good for me as well. So this is nice. It's nice to be able to review some of these things with you here with me, and hopefully you'll be learning with these things as I review them for myself as well. So there's that. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that we drop something. And if you don't have access to TryHackMe, definitely get yourself a membership, because I mean, this was one of the free rooms, as it says right here. So I'm pretty sure that just from the free rooms you'll get a lot of value. But if you use the link in the bio, then you'll go ahead and get a discount on the paid subscription as well. And there's a lot of cool stuff. When you get to the intermediate and advanced stuff, all of those are paid. So definitely go ahead and get yourself a membership either way, and try all of these out. And let me know if you have any questions, or let me know how you progress with each room. And yeah, I will see you in the next video. Peace. All right, welcome back to yet another episode of Hank Hacks Hackers. Your boy Hank Hackerson. We are in the CompTIA PenTest Plus pathway in TryHackMe today, and we've done several videos in this pathway: Metasploit, WireShark, Burp Suite, and today we're going to be talking about Hydra, which is a really dope brute force password cracker, network cracker, so on and so forth. And this is the room. It seems like it's a short room from what I remember. I think it is a short room, but we're going to try to go into as much detail as we can with this. And yeah, I mean, it's super awesome. It's like one of the best tools that I found, and one of the most fun tools I found in penetration testing. So make sure you like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, share, comment, all that good stuff. so that you get notified the next time that we drop something. And if you don't have your membership in TryHackMe, you could actually get access to this room for free because it's a free room. And probably the more advanced rooms you'll have to get a paid membership for. But if you use the link in the description below, then you'll get a discount on your paid membership. And the membership is literally $12, so you get an extra $5 towards it, which is already affordable. So it makes it even more affordable. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's talk about Hydra and what Hydra is, and then we'll try to use it a little bit and kind of have some fun with it. So it's a brute force online password cracking program. It's mostly for password hacking. It runs through a list and brute force some authentication services. And so it says, imagine trying to manually guess someone's password on a particular service. So SSH, web application, FTP, SNMP, yada, yada, yada. Then we can use Hydra to run through a password list, also known as a dictionary, and speed it up for us, determining the correct password. So according to the official repository, it supports a lot of protocols. So I'm not gonna read all this, but this is a lot of protocols, you guys. So some common ones that I recognize right away is everything that has to do with Cisco. You got FTP, HTTP, get and post and get and header and post and proxy, and there's a lot. MySQL, SMTP, SMB, there's a lot. So it can support a lot of different stuff. And obviously you could just go to their tool page, or you could do the official repository that's on GitHub. So this is the tool page, and there's a lot of details on here. It shows you what the manual looks like. If you did Hydra help menu, this will kind of show you what all these different things are. And then this is the GitHub page that also gives you a lot of information about it, including the README file and the installation file. And then these are all the different C scripts that are used to do different versions of the Hydra hacking password. So this shows the importance of using a strong password. If your password is common or doesn't contain special characters and it's not above 8 characters, it'll be prone to be guessed. A 100 million password list contains common passwords. So an out-of-the-box application uses an easy password like password, for example, like this, or password 123, or password with $2 or whatever. All of that is common, and it's very, very easily guessable. CCTV cameras and web frameworks often use this as the combination, which, I mean, you probably recognize that. You've probably set something up before that has had this combination as the username and password. So and you'd be surprised how many people just leave it at that. I used to work for a guy who did exactly that, and he had really, really easy passwords, and I kept telling him, but he didn't want to do it because he said it would be inconvenient to change the password and try to remember a new password. So that's, yeah, neither here nor there. So Hydra is already installed on the attack box, so we should probably start the attack box while it's running in the background and read the rest of this stuff. You can access it by clicking Start Attack Box, which I already did. If you prefer to use the in-browser Kali machine, Hydra also comes pre-installed, and it is the case with all Kali distributions. And then you can do Kali Linux button, which we're going to skip because we did the attack box. And you can check its official repositories, which we already talked about. For instance, you can install Hydra on Ubuntu or Fedora system by just doing apt install Hydra or DNF install Hydra. Furthermore, you can download it from the official repository. So pretty interesting intro, like easy introduction. It's a password cracking tool. That's basically all we really need to know. And I'm going to start the machine that is going to be our victim. So the attack box we're going to use to attack this victim machine right here. And as soon as that loads, it's going to give us the IP address that we're going to use. And it's pretty cool to do. So one of the key things about this is that we're going to be using for Hydra for the most part, because as we discussed earlier, it's a web-based hacking tool. So if you're trying to get a username and password into a website or into some kind of web server, so on and so forth, that's what you would use Hydra for. If you're trying to crack a specific hash value, or if you're trying to crack anything that's not web-based, you would most likely use John the Ripper for. And there's already a video that we did on John the Ripper, and that was actually a pretty in-depth video on John the Ripper. So this is going to be kind of an introductory on Hydra in particular. And so these are just some of the basic commands that we have here, right? So the options that we pass into Hydra depend on which protocol we're attacking. So for example, if we wanted to do FTP with the username user and a password list being the pass list, this is what it looks like. So Hydra L for user. So you do -L, then the username, and this already loaded. So I need to get back out of this, then do this, and then do that. There you go. All right, cool. So you would do Hydra L and then the user, P for wherever the password list is, and you need the full path to the password list, and then FTP because we're trying to hack FTP, and then the IP address right after it. If it was SSH, you would do SSH, etc. So very similar formatting when it comes down to the command itself. So L, it specifies the username for login, -P indicates a list of passwords, -T sets the number of threads to spawn, and sometimes you don't even need to do that, but you can do that to make it a little bit easier and not as easily tracked, or what's the word that I'm looking for here? Noticeable, I guess. And so Hydra L root passwords, and then this would be the IP address -T4, so there would be 4 threads to spawn, and then SSH because we're going to be trying to log in through the SSH, right? And that's basically it. And so if we wanted to do a web form, so you're trying to log into a web form, you would have to do HTTP post because you're making a post request and it's a form that you're trying to fill in, and then you would put in the path to the actual form. So it needs to be the full path. So for example, right here it says login credentials, but it's actually path and then login.php, for example. The credentials would be this, so username, and this is the formatting that is done for this. And the username right here, we have to provide the username first, then you provide the password list, and then when you use the variable user and the variable pass, it chooses what you dedicated it right here. So it would choose the username, and then the password list would be what it would be filled into the form one by one. And then you have to give the invalid response so that it knows whether or not it's using the correct password. And so you would do a bad login using just a BS set of credentials, and it would give you a response like, you know, incorrect username and password, for example. And then you would have to put that in here so that it knows whenever it's hit a bad username password combination, and it would move on to the next one. And then, so this is a more concrete example using Hydra to brute force a post login form. So this would be again, L would be username, P would be word list, then you have the IP address that you're trying to log in from. You need to dedicate, or you need to I have no words today. I'm running out of words today. But you need to declare, there you go, that's the word I wanted to use. You need to declare what type of login you're going to be doing. And then this is the actual full string that needs to be put together so that Hydra knows what it's doing. So for the username, it's going to use the user, which we allotted here. For the password, it's going to use pass, which we declared here. And then right after that, you need to do incorrect. So for the actual incorrect string, so that Hydra knows whether or not it hit something correctly or not. So we're going to use a brute force to brute force Molly's login. So let's see here. Just going to go here, do that, and we're going to go first to the IP address so that we can see what the incorrect login message is, and then from there we're going to try to hack into this machine. So we're going to go HTTP 10.10.216.111, and let's see. So this is what the actual link is for our login. So if we do Molly and then just pass as the password. It should give us an error message, and we're not going to save it. It says username or password is incorrect. So this is what we need to actually put into Hydra as our error message so that it knows what's going on. And so let's try to load this thing and kind of have some fun, right? All right, so since we're going to be doing the full password cracking, and I wonder which one we're going to use as our password list. It hasn't told us which one to use, so I guess we could just use any password list, and I'm just going to try to use the RockU list. So let me see if I can first find where that's supposed to be. So ls, what do we have here? We have this stuff. So let's see, let's go to rooms, ls. No, you know what? Actually, it's not even here. It's supposed to be in the share folder, I think. So cd user, ls, cd share, there we go. And scroll down a little bit so you could see the full thing. And in here, what do we have? Look at that, word lists right there, word lists. And then ls and RockU should be in here. Okay, great. So that's what my overall thing is. Actually, I think it should be in here. Okay, very good. So that's my full path to the RockU list. And so with that, I'm going to create a command to try to log into this web portal right here. So we got, what do we got? We got sudo Hydra. And is that the, or maybe we don't even need sudo. So let's try it without sudo first. So first, we're just going to do Hydra to call on Hydra. L is going to be Molly, right? That's what he said? Yeah, Molly's web password. So L is Molly. And then the P is going to be the password list. So it's going to be user share word lists rocku.txt. And that's for our password. And then we're going to use the IP address. So 10.10.216.111. And it's a HTTP post form is what we're going to use as a format. And here's what this gets a little tricky. So the username is going to be, how do I do this? Shift 6 is going to be user. And then and password is going to equal pass, like that. And then we're going to do right here a little colon, capital F equals the string, which should be your username or password is incorrect, is the full string, and a period, and then close parentheses, V. Okay, let's see if this actually works. Enter. Okay, it's running. So Hydra, L for login for Molly, P is going to be our password list. Oh, whoa. Holy cow, look at that. There's a lot here. 16 valid passwords found? That can't be right. So one of what targets successfully completed 16 valid passwords found. So that means that any of these would work? Okay, so let's try it. Let's try. No way, she has 16 valid passwords. Molly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did that work? That did not work. So that can't be right. How is that even possible? What am I doing incorrect here? It told me that it has 16 valid passwords. You guys, that's gnarly. Okay, I'm going to come out of the full screen because I want to, or I'm going to go into full screen because I want to be able to use both of the windows at the same time and kind of go back and forth. All right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to zoom out of this. We're going to go here. This kind of seems redundant. Molly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, I used the wrong IP. I think that's what I did incorrectly. Because I believe what I'm supposed to do is do the full IP, right? Let's see real quick. Yep, I did that part incorrectly. So right here, where it has the forward slash, I was supposed to actually put forward slash login.php. So that's what I did incorrectly. So here's what we're going to do again. We're just going to press up on our keyboard inside the terminal, and it'll bring the last command that we used. And all I need to do is just go back and just use this one little section. I just got to modify this one section to actually read login.php. And that's what it is. So, and I don't think it's even a login.php. So I'm just going to do login without the .php, and I'm going to press enter. And hopefully this time it'll just bring back one username and password combination. There we go, Molly Sunshine. That should be it. So now we got to do Molly Sunshine, and we're logged in. Okay, great. There's a picture of Hercules. This is one of my favorite Disney movies, actually. Hercules and Pegasus. Okay, so, and there it is. So this is our actual login flag for Molly. Fairly easy. Could you, yeah, you could even highlight this, copy it, and then go here and paste it. So there's that. So this was this one. Now let's do Hydra to brute force Molly's SSH password. What is flag number 2? So instead of using this command, because this is for the web form, we're going to use this command because this is to log in for SSH. So it's a simpler command, Hydra L, same thing for the username, same thing for the password list. Then you're going to do the IP address, T4 SSH. So fairly easy. Let's try that. So Hydra L is going to be Molly. P is going to be the password list, user, share, word lists, rocku.txt. And then from here, I need to do the IP, right? So 10.10.216.111 T4 SSH. Let's make sure that's it. And I believe that's it. So if we just press enter, let's see what that does. All right, there we go. We got it. That is indeed the combo for Molly's SSH. So let's just open up a new terminal, go here, and we're going to do SSH Molly at 10.10.216.111, and then we're going to press enter, and it's going to ask if we want to continue, and we say yes, and the password is going to be butterfly. And there we are. We're in her desktop, it seems. So print working directory. Yeah, we're in her home, and there's a flag right here. So right there, as soon as we logged in, we just do ls. The flag is right there. So I'm just going to do flag2.txt. And there is my flag, ladies and gentlemen. Copy that, mofo. And voila. That is our second flag. Easy, right? Isn't it how crazy? Isn't it crazy how easy it is to hack somebody's password? So this is why you want to make sure you have difficult passwords. And butterfly is not a difficult password. Sunshine is not a difficult password. So take it from me, you need to have a complex password. This should be one of those eye-opening exercises that you I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that this is how it works. Look, one of my friend's password was fuck you, just so you know. So these are just to kind of go through just a list of the basic passwords that it tried to log in on the website for. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5, all the way through 9. The password I love you, princess, 5 6 7, rock you until 5 6 7 8, ABC 1 2 3, Nicole, Daniel, baby girl, monkey, lovely, Jessica, 6 5 4 3 2 1, Michael, Ashley, QWERTY, ones, just a bunch of ones, I love you with a U at the end, a bunch of zeros, Michelle, Tigger, Sunshine, Chocolate, Password 1, Soccer, Anthony, Friends, Butterfly, Purple, Angel, Jordan, Liverpool, Love Me, Fuck You, Football, Secret. I mean, come on. It's funny. Why are there so many names as passwords? That seems to be silly, in my opinion. And inside the RockU list, there's over 14 million passwords, just so you know. And we, for that particular exercise, all we had to do was go through the first 47. And I mean, Sunshine was not even number 47. Sunshine was way earlier, which was, where was it? It was like number 26 out of 14 million was Sunshine. So just so you know, that's how easy it is to hack somebody like this. So if this was not eye-opening, I don't know what else to tell you. And then if you want to watch something even crazier, go watch the John the Ripper video that's on my channel, and that will open your eyes even further, because that thing uses, you can hack SSH keys with that. You can hack hash algorithms with that. It's pretty freaking gnarly. So yeah, this was Hydra, the introduction to Hydra. We could do a lot more with Hydra, just so you know. But this was kind of a teaser. It was like the tip of the iceberg kind of a thing. So make sure you get your own TryHackMe membership so that you can try this for free, because this was one of the free rooms, and then there's a more advanced room for Hydra as well. But that one is going to be, that's going to require paid membership. And then there's a link in the description below so that you can get a discount on your paid membership. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And this is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. And this should be your new favorite hacking channel on YouTube. So make sure you like, subscribe, share, comment, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out. And this was Hydra from the pen testing pathway. And we're going to keep going down the pathway of pen testing so that you can get all of the other goodies for this. And then, of course, there's going to be the SOC analyst as well. So that's on blue team defensive security. This is on offensive security. And there's a bunch of videos on the SOC analyst defensive team as well. So hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully you learned a lot. I'll see you in the next video. All right, hello and welcome to yet another episode. It's your boy Hank Hackerson with Hank Hacks Hackers. And we are going through the pen testing pathway today with TryHackMe. And so just to give you an overview of where we're at, we did Hydra in the last video. We're going to do Python basics and Python for pen testers. And I mean, I'm sure you've heard of Python by now. If you haven't, it's a really cool programming language that's very, very useful, especially in the world of penetration testing. So we're going to go through that today. We're using TryHackMe. I want to say that this is also another free room. It is indeed another free room. And you can get access to it by just getting a free membership to TryHackMe. If you wanted to do more advanced stuff, you can obviously use the link in the description below to get yourself a paid membership and get a discount. If you go through that link, you get a $5 credit towards the $12 price tag. So it was already really affordable, but you'll get even a discount on top of that. So you could do that. And of course, you can always just press like, subscribe, share, and all of that stuff. Turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out from this pathway. And yeah, you'll just learn more about Python and how to use Python for penetration testing. If you're not going to use the TryHackMe website to do the coding, because there's a little view site button that you press when you get into this module, and you can print the code here. You can type the code here and it'll give you an output at the bottom. So if you're not going to do that, you have to have Python installed on your computer, and you can literally go to python.org and install the latest version of Python on your computer, and then you can do it that way. So either way, you could do it as long as you have access to Python. There are some inner modules, I think, that comes with TryHackMe that you may need to also install if you don't have those installed on your computer. So for this exercise, it might just be better if you just used the TryHackMe website and you went ahead and used their web portal to run the code, right? So we're just gonna do like a quick little review of what it actually is, and then we'll just start doing some of the exercises that they tell us to do, right? So in this room, we're gonna be talking about the hands-on stuff with Python programming, and they say that it's not required to succeed in security. It's just a great skill to have. And as the scripting for pen testers module demonstrates, which I haven't done. So that would be a fun one to do and record with you guys. Being able to program allows you to create security tools and quick scripts that will aid you in hacking, which is very, very important. And the same thing with defending and analyzing and blue team and all that stuff. So scripting in general is going to be really useful. Python is one of the easier languages to do. And so in this particular room, we're going to learn about variables, loops, functions, data structures, if statements, and files. And we're going to use the code editor that's on the right hand side of the screen here. Or you can just go to the official Python website, which is this place right here. And, python.org, downloads, and then you download the most recent version of Python for yourself, and you can get yourself going that way. So in programming, syntax is important as it describes in the structures of valid programming language. So it tells the computer how to read the code and using the rules that control the structure of symbols, punctuation, and so on and so forth. So let's just dive into it real quick and then kind of see what's going on. So the first ever program is print hello world. And so it's a print command, and it's very easy to do. This one right here, so there's a print command already here. It says print learn security with TryHackMe. So you run the code, and at the bottom it says learn security with TryHackMe. So if I just change this to hello world, it should give the first flag, right? So hello world, and then run the code. And then there you go. We got the first flag that says, THM print statements. The print command is very, very useful. And so another way that we could do this, because it basically helps you figure out whether or not the code is running successfully and it's doing what it's supposed to do, just to kind of give you some basic structure understanding. Anything that you put in print needs to be, if it's not a variable, and we'll talk about variables in a little bit, it needs to be a string, and a string is inside of double quotes or single layer quotes. I got into the habit of just using double quotes because sometimes you want to put a single quote in here. So it could be something like, what's your name? And if you do that, since there's a single quote in here, if you only had single quotes on the outside, it would break the code. So let's actually do that so you can see. So you see how the coloration changes and it's no longer that full string. So what it's going to do is it's going to print this, but then the rest of this is going to give us an error. So if I run this, it says syntax error, right? Because it wasn't properly syntaxed. So if I change that to double quotes and then change this back to double quotes, now I can have a single quote in here and it'll still print it and it'll say, what's your name, right? So that's important to know. It's one of those syntax rules, right? So print what's your name or print anything in here. And then if we wanted to use a variable, which is probably the next thing that we're going to do, variables is actually the fourth task. So let's not skip ahead, but we can talk about variables in a little bit. So we have little things like the addition variable, so 1 plus 1 equals 2. So if I did this, I will actually combine it here. So we'll do math equals 1 plus 1, and then, or let's see what we could do here. We could do probably result equals 1 plus 1, and then print result. It should give us 2. So we're doing both. Yeah, there you go. So we're doing both operators. So mathematical operator, we're using plus an addition, and then we're using a variable now. So the variable is result, and you can assign anything to that. And then you could just do 1. Well, 1 times 1 is going to be 1. So let's do 2, times 34, right? And then print the result, and it's going to give us 68. So it's really useful when you're trying to do complex addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Modulus means that it gives you the leftover, so the remainder. So 10 divided by 2 would equal 5, so there's no remainder. But if we did 10 divided by 3, there should be a remainder, right? So if I did 10 divided by 3, it's going to give us the remainder of that, which would be 1, right? So there would be 3 3's inside of 10, and then it would be a remainder of 1. And then the exponent would be if you wanted to go to the power of. So 5 to the power of 2 would equal 25, which is what that looks like. So that's basically what we're talking about here. 5 to the power of 2, which is 5 times 5. 5 to the power of 3 would be 5 times 5 times 5, right? So that's the general approach to mathematical operators. And then you can have loops and if statements, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, which is going to show you everything else as well. So I'm not gonna jump too far ahead here. So, but if we did, so in the code editor, print the result of 21 plus 43, what is the flag? So if I did, let's see if it'll actually work if we do it with a variable. 21 plus 43, print the result, and it does give us the actual flag. So 142 minus 52, if we did that, print the result, and it'll give us the next flag, so on and so forth. So you could just run these exercises and it'll give you the flag for that. And it's very, very simple to do. We could have also done, just to, because I think I did get ahead of myself. So we could have also just done this. So instead of doing print the result, we could have probably done 10 times, 342. So print 10 times 342, and it gives us 3420. So you could just, instead of putting it in a variable, you could do the actual operator or the mathematical equation inside the print statement. When you're dealing with digits or integers, as they call them, when you're dealing with integers, it doesn't have to be inside quotes because it will convert it to a string. And now that is not going to actually be a mathematical operator. It's just going to actually print the actual integers as well as the operator and so on. So if we wanted to be, I think if we could do f string, it might do that. Nope, f string doesn't do that. F string is when we're using variables inside the string. So when you're doing anything that has to do with integers, you don't use any quotations. That's basically the rule. And 5 squared, so if we just did 5 to the power of 2, and you have 25, and then you would get your last flag. So that's basically it for the operators. So let's look at variables real quick. So variables would be food equals ice cream in a string right here. That's one variable. Money equals 2,000. That would be the second variable. And then you could use that as a part of your print statement later on, right? So we have two variables. The variable named food stores a string, which is words, and then the other variable called money stores an integer or a number. And they're powerful because you can change them throughout the program. So I could change the money later on by adding more money to it, right? So in this example, they gave us age as the variable. So age is 30, and then you could do age equals age, the first instance of it, plus 1. And then if you printed this, it'll give you 30 plus 1, which would be 31, right? Then you have, so we updated the variable, they mentioned that. We have the, on the right, we have what we're setting the variable to. We already talked about that. So let's talk about data types. So you have string data type, which we already talked about it. The integer, which would be whole numbers. Float is a number that contains a decimal point. So this is a float. 9.8 would be a float. So a Boolean is used to, it's restricted for data that is either true or false, and we'll probably talk about some examples of that as well. And then you have a list, which is a series of different data types stored inside a collection, and lists are stored inside of brackets. So these things, lists are stored inside of that. And then you can have dictionaries that are stored inside of the little squiggly brackets. So we have some examples here. So you have, the string would be Star Wars or Matrix or Indiana Jones. The float would be their rating. So there's a decimal point in here. The times that it was viewed, that's the integer because it's a whole number. Is it a favorite? So it's either a favorite or it's not a favorite. And then has it been seen by who? So Alice and Bob, Charlie, Daniel, Evie. And this could easily be a way that Netflix, for example, kind of manages data on their back end, where they see the name of the title, what it's been rated across the board with all their viewers, how many times that title has been viewed. and then has it been favorited before, and who has it been seen by. So let's say in my account, I have me, my sister, my mom. It'll show who out of our account has seen that title, right? And so that's a very simple but a powerful explanation of how these things actually work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get exactly what they tell us to do here with the value, right? So we're gonna do a whoops, I kind of went ahead here. Let's see if I can still, I'm gonna type it and then we'll kind of be able to see the code. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. All right, so it says create a variable called height and set its initial value to 200. There's that. On a new line, add 50 to the height variable. So it could be height equals height plus 50. All right. And then on another new line, print out the value of height. So just like that. And that's it. And there you go. We have the last, the flag that is implied to this. And very simple exercise, right? So we created one variable that has the value of height. Then we updated that variable with an addition of 50 by just, you could do the same thing, right? So it's like height equals this height plus 50. And so when you do a print statement, it'll print the most recent instance of that variable, and that'll give us the new number. So that's basically what that was. So now let's try to create some Boolean operators here. So it says logical operators allow assignment and comparisons to be made that are used in conditional testing, such as if statements. Whoops. So these are the logical operators here. You have equal. So if you have two equal signs, that means it's equal to something. So if x equals 5, then do something. If x is less than 5, do something else. If x is less than or equal to 5, if x is greater than 5, greater than or equal to 5. And so these, and this shouldn't be confused with the assignment to a variable. So notice how we have one equal sign over here, and this is actually two equal signs. That's very important. When you do one equal sign, you're actually assigning a value to the variable. When you do two equal signs, you're checking to see if that variable has that result. And that's very important to understand. Then you have the Boolean operators and, or, and not. So you could be if x is greater than or equal to 5 and x is less than or equal to 100, return true, right? If x is equal to 1 or x is equal to 10, return true. If not y, so if x not y, basically that's kind of what we're saying here. If x not y, you don't say is not y, you say if not y or if not, etc. And that's the opposite. So if it's false, basically, you're going to return true, right? So that's kind of how that works. And so here are some examples of this. Let's just type this out just so you can kind of see what that actually looks like. So we have a equals 1, if my keyboard would actually type here. So a equals 1, and if a equals 1, so the first one we assigned a value to a, and in the second line we are checking to see if that value is actually true, or a is greater than 10, then print something. And also notice the indentation. So after any kind of an if statement, there needs to be an indentation or 4 spaces, and then you would print a is either 1 or above 10, right? So it's either of those, right? And so if we did that, it would probably print that a is either 1 or above 10, right? Which is 1 or greater than 10, which doesn't, it kind of doesn't make sense because it could be a bunch of different numbers. So if we did 11, it'll also print the command for us because it could be either 1 or less greater than 10. But if I do 2, it won't print it because a is not 2. So it's going to be one of these two conditions are going to be set to false. So this is not going to print. Now, if I did else print a is not either 1 or above 10. So you give it a else statement. So if this, else do this other thing, then it would print a is not either 1 or above 10 because we gave it a value of 2. And that would work with anything that is up to 10, right? So 3, but then if I did 12, it would print the first one, which is a is either 1 or above 10, which is, it's kind of confusing as a as a program, but that's basically the gist of it, right? So if a equals this or a is greater than 10, then give me that value or give me this statement. If not, so else, give me this other thing, right? And so now we have kind of a more complex version of that. So you have if, elif, and else. So let's do this one, right? So name equals Bob, hungry, whoops, I gotta close that. Hungry equals true. So Bob is hungry, basically. If name equals Bob and hungry equals true, then I want you to print that Bob is hungry, right? Then you have elif, so else if name equals Bob and not hungry, so he's not hungry, right? So meaning when we say and not hungry, that means hungry is not true. That's basically it. So when you don't have to say and not hungry equals true, you just say and not hungry. And the program just assumes that we're referring that hungry is not a true statement or a true value. Then it's going to print Bob is not hungry, right? Just like that. And then you have else, which is the final statement, which if all of the other things are not true, so the name isn't Bob and the value is not hungry, then we're going to print not sure who this is or if they're hungry. That's it, right? So now we have these things. And so bad input on line 3. So let's check line 3. Name equals Bob. What did I miss here? Name equals Bob. Hungry equals true. I printed exactly what they said over here. So maybe we should just create a new line here. And let's see if that works. There you go. That works. So we probably either needed to separate this by a comma. See if that works. Nope. That does not work. So we needed to actually have 2 lines for those. I feel like something could be done with this. Maybe if we used a semicolon. There you go. Semicolon would have worked. There was no semicolon in this line of code right here. That's why it gave us a syntax error. So if you want to have your variables all be on one line, you would need to separate it with a semicolon, or you would just need to put the variables on a new line and it would still run. So now we could test different versions of this, right? So if name is Hank and hungry equals true, it would say not sure who this is or if they're hungry, right? Because that wasn't part of the conditions that we gave. The only condition that we gave is that if the name is Bob and he is or he is not hungry. But if the name is Hank, then everything in this section just breaks. It doesn't exist. But if I do Bob here and I do false here, then it'll say Bob is not hungry, right? Simple. It's simple. Hopefully you can kind of understand what's actually happening here. The main point is that we're using if statements, elif statements, and else statements. And then within those, we're just kind of determining these things right here. And so there's I don't know if we talk about input here at all, but there is something that we could do where instead of assigning a value to name, we could have an input be what is your name? And then so now this is giving the user, which would be me in this situation, it's going to ask me a question. Oh, I guess that's my input field. So input, I would say Bob maybe. Oh, there you go. Maybe let me run. So every time I do that, so the pop-up is going to come up. So that is typically that's not how it works though. It would say it in the bottom right here, what is your name, and then I would be able to enter it down here. But if I do any kind of an input command, a window pops up where I would enter my name. So if I do Bob, and then it would say, what is your name? Bob is not hungry. So it gives us the input. And what this means is that it basically can ask you, the user, what the name is, and then it'll run the rest of the program. So if I did the same thing and I did Bob and then ran it, it would say Bob is hungry because I have true over here. But if I ran it again and I said that my name is Hank, it's going to give us the last statement, right? So not sure who this is or if they are hungry. But typically, this is not how it looks. This is not what it looks like when you use an input statement. It would ask you in the bottom right here or in your terminal. It would ask this question and then you would respond right after, and then this response would come in the next line. So I don't think this was designed for that, so we're gonna just leave that alone and we're gonna leave it as is, and we're gonna get Bob is hungry. So this was our little program that we used if, elif, and else statements. So let's see if we can do a shipping project here and see if we can get this response. I haven't done this in a while, so I may fail, or I may need to I may need to do a couple of trial and error stuff. So using if statements allows programs to make decisions, and then they let a program choose a decision based on a condition. Below is an example of how an if statement can be used to determine the section of code which print statements to use. So if age is less than 17, you would print you are not old enough to drive. Otherwise, you are old enough to drive, right? Simple enough. In the example, if you're younger than 17, the program will output the text you're not old enough. However, if you are old enough, then it's going to let you drive, right? That's basically the condition. Depending on a condition, in this example, the age variable, the program will run different sections of code. There are some key components we note from our example above. The if keyword that indicates the beginning of the if statement, followed by the conditions. If the if statement is only run if the condition or the sets of conditions are true. In our example, age needs to be less than 17. If that condition is true, then the code will run. If it's greater than 17, the second part of the code will run, which is inside the else statement. Then the colon marks the end of the if statement. So this is also very important. If you don't have these colons right here, then you're going to get a syntax error. It's just not going to run. So after every if or elif or else, and then there's also while loops and a lot of other stuff, for loops. After any of those types of statements, you need to have a colon, otherwise the code will break and it won't run. And so note the indentation, we've already talked about that as well. So the code starts, it verifies whether or not the driver is younger than 17. If they are younger than 17, it prints you are not old enough to drive, and it stops running. If the driver is older than 17, it says you are old enough to drive, and it stops running. That's basically it. So in this exercise, we will code a small application that calculates and outputs the shipping cost for a customer based on how much they've spent. In the code editor, click the shipping.py tab and follow the instructions to complete this task. Once you've completed the application, once you've written the application in the code editor shipping tab, a flag will appear, which is the answer to this. I've gotten it. So at some point I did this correctly. And then in shipping.py on line 12, when using the code editor's hints, change the customer's basket cost variable to 101 and rerun your code. You will get a flag if the total cost is correct based on your code. The flag is the answer to this question. So it seems like I got it right the last time that I did this. So let's actually do it. So shipping.py, here's our notes. Okay, so in this project, you will create a program that calculates the total cost of a customer's shopping basket, including shipping. Excuse me. That's gross. So it'll determine the total cost of their shopping basket, including shipping. If a customer spends over $100, they get free shipping. If a customer spends less than $100, the shipping cost is $1.20 per kilogram of the basket's weight. Print the customer's total basket cost, including shipping, to complete this exercise. Okay, so the customer basket cost is 34. Their basket weight is 44 kilograms, I'm guessing. So write the statement here. So what are we doing? If a customer spends over $100, they get free shipping. If they spend less than $100, the shipping cost is $1.20. So we're gonna do if, so first we want to actually determine the price of the shipping first. So we're going to do customer basket, or excuse me, not that. It's going to be shipping cost is going to equal to the customer basket weight multiplied by $1.20. So I'm just going to do 120 like this. So 1.2. Hopefully that'll actually process as a float, right? And so let's just test it. So first we're going to print shipping cost. I just want to test to see if this is going to run my code without any errors. Okay, so 52.8, so that part does work. So now what I need to do is I need to establish the customer's basket cost, their total cost, excuse me. So I need to establish their total cost. So their total cost is going to equal to shipping cost plus their customer basket cost. And then now we're going to print total cost to verify that. Okay, so we got the first flag, which is the if statement is right. So we figured out their total cost. So now we're going to print the total cost, which is fine. So now we want to see if our if statement is going to work, right? And so it says what? If a customer spends over $100, they get free shipping. If a customer spends less than $100, the shipping cost is $1.20 per kilogram of the basket. Okay, so now we need an if statement that determines that. So they clearly spent less than 86 or less than $100. So first, let's do the first part of the if statement. If total cost is greater than, so it says over 100, so I don't think it's greater than or equal to. So it's over 100, print your shipping is free, right? That's what we need to say. Okay. Else, print, and I'm going to do an F string. Your total cost is, and I'm just going to do the variable for total cost inside of this thing. Whoops. That should work, although it's not modifying it for me. So I don't think an F string is going to work in here. So what we got to do is we got to combine our total cost is, and then do plus total cost like that. So let's see if this works. Run the code. Cannot concatenate string and float objects on line 21, which is line 21, and total cost is this. So maybe I can do a string and add that to the end of this. Let's see if that'll work for us. Okay, so it did work and it allowed us to do that. And so now let's see if we actually can change the cost of this to 50, which would give us, I think, more than, or let's just guarantee it. Let's do 60, and it should give us more than $100, and it should say shipping is free. But it didn't give me the new flag. So what have I done incorrectly here? Because I do want that flag. So print the customer's total basket cost including shipping. Oh, I see. Your shipping is free. Your total cost is, and then we're going to do that, plus string total cost, and then we'll just do your shipping is not free, your total cost is that. Okay, so that should be right? What if I do elif total cost is less than 100? Maybe that's fine. Maybe that'll give us the flag. Let's see. Okay. It's not giving us the flag. So let's see what the hint says. You've redeemed the hint. Replace X's with the code to complete this exercise. I see. Oh, interesting. So I was supposed to create a new variable that actually has the 120 and then the basket cost and then the basket weight. And then so if the basket cost is greater than or equal to X, which I'm supposed to say 100, I guess, is going to be free shipping. And then else if the shipping cost, or else shipping cost would be the customer basket weight times their customer per package right here, the cost per package. Then the customer basket cost is going to equal to shipping cost plus customer basket cost is going to be, oh, I see. So shipping cost plus customer basket cost. And then that should be it. So let's run that. On line 22. What did I do wrong here? Okay, well, I feel kind of silly about this because I think the issue that, well, I modified this a few times and I'm going to do a couple of more modifications as well. But I think the issue was that I was actually missing an underscore under my shipping cost. That's why it didn't work. The original recommendation that they gave us was they said customer basket cost equals and then X, and we were supposed to fill in the X. And my, I think it was because I was missing the shipping cost, and then what I had was this. So let's see if this will also work, or if it's going to give us an error again. No, that also worked. Yeah, so that was my issue, is that I had, this is basically what the code was, and there is no variable like this. There's like nothing that exists like that, and so it just needed to be an underscore right there, and it would have worked, and it would have been a perfect calculation for everything. And I was pretty close in my original rendition of this. It just so happens that I didn't create a new variable up here for that, and I just had the cost of the shipping inside of my operator or inside of my variable, and that part was the part that was glitching and it wasn't working. But this is it. This is very, very simple enough code. I'm happy that I was close enough, and all I had to do was just create a new variable, because I think the first time that I did this, I was so far off that I had no idea what the heck was going on, and I had to really go Google some things and stuff like that. So this was it. This was a pretty easy one, and we calculated the shipping cost right here. And so if statement shopping, the flag is such and such, and so it says change the customer basket cost variable to 101. So let's change that here to get the next flag. And there we go. We got our next flag as well. So that was it. That was basic enough. And so total basket cost, including shopping, is 101, and you got free shipping. So that's it. That's basically what it was. So now we are going to move on to the next section, which is loops. So creating while loops and for loops. Okay, so on the for loops and while loops section, we're just going to read through this real quick, and it's one of those things. Python in general is kind of self-explanatory, but while loops, it does this, right? So for I, let's say integer, whatever, equals 1, and so while I is less than or equal to 10, print I, and then add 1 to it for each iteration that you do, right? So this, as it says right here, it's going to run 10 times, and I'm just going to show you. Well, let's go back to our script right here. So we're going to do it like this: I equals to 1, and then while I is less than or equal to 10, print I, and then I want you to add 1 to I. And so what it's going to do is going to keep running it, and then it's going to keep adding 1 to this until it gets to the number 10, and then it's going to stop, right? So if we run this, you'll see it'll print right here. It's going to 1, 2, 3, and it's just going to run it all the way up until it hits 10, and then it's going to stop because we did this, right? If we didn't do that last part, it would just keep printing 1. I think the script itself is actually kind of now broken because I press play and it's going to be a continuous thing. I think it's going to stop. I have to, yeah, so page unresponsive. So we're going to exit that and we're going to restart it. There we go. So if this was my normal computer, it would just keep printing 1 over and over and over and over and over and over again. And the reason why it stopped, I think, is because this probably doesn't have the computing power to just keep running a script over and over and over again. And so that's the issue with that. So we had to add that last little line in there, which is I equals I plus 1, so that it'll keep printing over and over and over again until it reached 10, and then it would stop. And that's the whole idea with a while loop. Now there's a for loop, which is now this, right? So if I just did websites, and I guess I could just copy and paste this just to make it a little bit easier and more time saving. We're going to paste the code right here. So it says websites equals, and this is a list. So we were talking about a list in one of our previous tasks. And in this particular list, there's a bunch of strings. As you can see that they're inside the quotations, the double quotes, and they're separated by commas, right? So that's basically a script. It's in, or excuse me, a list. It's going to be inside these square brackets, and then you have them separated by commas. It could be numbers in here, just regular integers, or it could be a bunch of strings, and it could even be a Boolean, right, which is a true or false value, so on and so forth. So for site and websites, print site. And so basically what this is going to do is just going to print these 3 sites for us right here, right? And so if I added more to this, right, so I could just add, let's say, a digit to it, and I could add true as a Boolean and just print that, it'll also print all of those things. So it doesn't discriminate as to what is in here, especially when it's inside these brackets and you're separating them by commas. It'll just print whatever the item is inside here, so long as it's been separated by a comma. And that's basically how a list works. And then this is how a for loop works. So it's for site in websites, and I could just do that and it would still do the same thing. So essentially, for whatever site is not defined online for, oh, excuse me, I have to change this to this as well. So for anything in websites, print the anything, and then you run that and it'll just run it for you. And this could be for X in websites, print X, for, you know, site in websites. So it doesn't really matter what that part is, as long as you've used both of them, you've used it in both instances correctly. But it could just be for X in websites, for dash in websites, anything like that, print that, and it'll print it for you. And that's basically what a loop looks like. So very, very simple, right? And then we have the last version of this, which is the for I in range of 5. So instead of saying, you know, while this is 1 and it's less than thing, we could say for I in the range of 5, print I. And what this is going to do is it's going to print everything up to 5, but it's not going to print the actual number 5. So it's going to stop at 5. And so if I wanted to actually print up to 5, I would have to change that to 6. And then I would do it and it would run until 5. I could do this to 20, and I would run that, and it would run everything until 20, which is 19, and it would stop at that. So the range is very useful, and this could be also done with a string as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be with a number. So let's see if we could do it with a string. For I in range, this is a string. Let's try that. Let's see if that actually works, or if it'll give us a value. No, it has to be an integer. Okay, so I stand corrected. So the range has to be apply to an integer only. It won't work with anything that is not an integer. Okay, learn something new. And so that's it. That's the for loop. Okay, so now let's try to complete our Bitcoin project. And the Bitcoin project is part of this Python file right here, and it has our instructions over here as well. We also have instructions on this side. So it says, as the program starts to get bigger and more complex, some of your code is going to be repetitive, writing the same code to do the same calculations, and this is where functions come in. A function is a block of code that can be called at different places in your program. You could have a function to work out a calculation, such as the distance between 2 points on a map, and then output formatted text based on certain conditions. Having functions removes repetitive code, as a function's purpose can be used multiple times throughout a program. So we can say the function, so def defines a function. So the function would be called say hello, and then you're passing a name parameter. I think that's what it's called. It's followed by a name that the programmer defines, and it's a function parameter, correct? So the name is a parameter, and this could be left empty, by the way, but we've required that this function get a name passed to it. And then for whatever times this is called, you could say hello name, nice to meet you, and then you say hello, and you put the Ben in here. And so this is what it's going to look like if we actually ran this and we called it multiple times, right? So just so you know, this is kind of, let's go back to the script, and we're going to paste this here, and we're going to say hello Ben, and then we're going to do it again, say hello Hank, and say hello Mark. So we called it 3 times. We called this function 3 times. So we're going to get 3 print statements. That's going to say, hey Ben, hey Hank, hey Mark, nice to meet you, right? So that's what that does for you. So instead of having to redo this the entire time and then assign a new name to it and so on and so forth, you wrote one function, and then you called that function multiple times, and you just passed a new parameter to it. And then when you do that, it just does the whole thing. So this could be a long function, right? It could be doing a lot of things for you, and then all you have to do is just pass the parameter to it, and it'll complete that entire function for you. So that's basically what that does. And this could have been empty, and then this would end up being empty, and then we would need to assign something to it manually, right? So the def word indicates the beginning of a function. We talked about that. Is followed by the name parameter, and then following the function name is a pair of parentheses that holds the input values that we can pass into the function. In our example, it's a name. A colon marks the end of the function header, which is the theme when it comes down to writing anything like loops and functions and stuff like that. You have to wrap it with a colon or end it with a colon. And then notice the indentation, because just like for loops and while loops, it needs to have an indentation to imply that everything within this belongs to this function. And then similar to if statements, anything after the colon that is indented is considered a part of the function, which is all of this stuff right here. And then at the end, you can run everything else and then call the calc cost function in this particular example. So let's run this one, and then we'll see what this one looks like. So we're just going to go here, we're going to paste it, and then so the function reads, the name of the function is calc cost, or it's calculating costs, and then you have the item. So if the item equals sweets, return $3.99, which is going to be the cost of this item, right? Elif, the item is oranges, return $1.99, else return 99 cents. So if anything other than oranges and sweets, the cost is going to be 99 cents. You have spent a total of $10. So now spent equals spent plus the calculated cost for sweets. Now it's going to give us the total cost, which is probably going to be $13.99, right? So if we ran this and came down here, the cost is $13.99. So if I went and did oranges here, the cost would probably turn into $11.99. Scroll down, $11.99. If I did nothing, so if we just left this blank, it should just say what? $10.99. So if there's nothing, because this is the last part of it, it just adds because we still did call this. Now, if we didn't call this, it would just say you spent $10, right? So if we do call the function, if we do call the calc cost function, calc cost, and just leave it like that, then it will for sure add at least something to the cost or that was spent. But if we pass anything in here like sweets, then you have that, $13.99. I could also do plus calc cost oranges, and it will probably add that to the cost too, right? $15.98. So that's basically how you run a function with multiple variables inside it, with multiple if statements inside it. You could also have a for loop inside of your function. You could have a while loop inside of your function. The return statement right here returns the result of this statement. So it doesn't print anything onto the screen. It just returns this to the overall program so that you can use that value. And same thing right here. You could use this value, so on and so forth. If we didn't have this down here, then this would be a useless function, right? So the return function is very important. And so let's see what the description right here says. So if we call the function and pass in sweets as the item parameter, the function will return a decimal number, which is a float in the code above. And we take a variable called spent and add the cost of sweets to that. When we call calc cost, it will return the number $3.99, which is what we already saw. So let's see if we can use this inside the Bitcoin Python file. So what we need to do, write a program that tells you what the value of Bitcoin falls below a particular value in dollars. In the code editor, click on Python or Bitcoin, excuse me. Write a function called Bitcoin to USD with two parameters, which is the Bitcoin amount and the, excuse me, I got a call coming in. So write a function called Bitcoin to USD with two parameters, which is the Bitcoin amount, which is the amount of the Bitcoin that you actually own, and the Bitcoin value, and then the value of the Bitcoin in USD. Now the function should return the USD value, which is your Bitcoin value in USD. To calculate this in the function, you times Bitcoin amount variable by the Bitcoin value to return the value. And then the start of the function should look like this. So that's the start of the function. And then once you've written the Bitcoin to USD function, we use it to calculate the value of your Bitcoin in USD and then create an if statement to determine if the value falls below 30,000. If it does, put a message alert that you have fallen below 30,000. And so then it's going to tell us the value is actually 24,000. And so what that's going to do. So investment in Bitcoin is 1.2. That's how much you have. Bitcoin to USD value is 40,000. So write a function that calculate that. So it's going to be what are we calling it? We're calling it Bitcoin to USD. Is going to be the name of the function, and we're passing the parameters Bitcoin amount and Bitcoin value USD. Those are going to be our parameters, and that's going to be our function. And then it says what we want to do is we want to calculate the, should return the USD value, which is your Bitcoin to this. Okay, so essentially it's going to be, let's see. USD value is going to equal to Bitcoin amount times Bitcoin value USD, and use the function to calculate if it falls below 3,000. Return USD value. USD value is less than 30. Print your value is below 30,000, else print your value is above 30,000. Okay, whoops, 30,000. So we have to call our function now. And we're going to pass it the Bitcoin amount, which is going to be investment in Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin value USD, which is Bitcoin to USD. So let's see if that works. That's what I had. Unbelievable. Investment in USD equals Bitcoin to USD. Oh, I see. Come on. Okay, fine. Gosh, I was so close too. Okay, so Bitcoin to USD, then we need to first do the two parameters, which is Bitcoin amount, and then there's going to be the Bitcoin value USD. I'm so annoyed. I had this right. And so the USD value is going to equal to Bitcoin amount multiplied by the Bitcoin value USD, and then it's going to return our value for us, and then the investment in USD is going to equal this function called by this, and then what we're going to pass as the parameters to it is our original two variables right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. So this is the first function that we're supposed to create. These are the parameters that we're supposed to pass to it, meaning that it requires in order for it to run, it needs to be passed at least two parameters. And then we already have these values up here, right? So the Bitcoin amount is going to be this, and then the Bitcoin to USD amount is going to be the value USD. And so our final value, our USD value, is going to be equal that those two parameters multiplied each other, and it's going to return that value for us. Then we have a new variable down here, which is investment in USD, is going to equal this function with the original variable for investment in Bitcoin passed to it, as well as the original variable for the value passed to it. So with those two values, this is going to run. And so now this is our new value. Now it says if investment in USD is less than or equal to 30,000, then print investment is below 30,000, sell it. If it's not that, so it's basically if it's more than that, investment is above 30,000. And so Bitcoin to USD right now is 40,000, and the total amount is going to be more than that. So I think it's going to be what, 48,000, something like that. So it says investment is above 30,000, and so Bitcoin investor. So let's now put it down below 30, so which is 24,000, and run that, and it's going to run the output of this. I was so close. I'm so annoyed that I didn't do that part. I literally was just missing this freaking thing, and I could have just printed that out. But fine, whatever. If we got it to work. And so we're just going to run it one more time. We're going to review it one more time. We have two original variables, which is the investment in Bitcoin, which is our actual Bitcoin amount that we own, and then the value of it, which is 24,000 in this case. The first part of the function is, this is what it's called, Bitcoin to USD. It requires two parameters, which is Bitcoin amount and the Bitcoin value USD. And then this function is going to process the result for the USD value, so the total value that we have in USD, which is going to be the amount of Bitcoin multiplied by the value. And then it's going to return that for us. And then we created another variable that calls on the function and passes through the two original variables right here. And then that is going to return a result for us, which is going to be basically our USD value. And now we write an if statement that says, if our investment in USD is less than 30,000, notify me that it's less than 30,000, which in my opinion, you shouldn't be selling. If that happens, you should be buying more, but whatever. If it's over 30,000, hey, you're over 30,000 and you're all good. Just let them know that that's what it is. And that's basically it. And so if we write 50,000, and then we just run it, it's going to come back and say, hey, it's above 30,000. That's fine. Which if you were going to sell, you would sell when you're you're gaining money. But that's neither here nor there. That's not I'm not here to give my opinion on investing. But that's it. That's basically our Bitcoin to USD Python file, which was fairly simple. I'm still so annoyed that I just missed that one part where I was supposed to call on it. Well, whatever. Moving on. So now we're going to be reading from the file. So there's something called the flag.txt file that we're supposed to read, and we can't access it. It doesn't let me access it. So I'm going to go back to our script Python file over here. And it says what we want to do is we want to open the file name. And so the file name in our case is going to be flag.txt. And we want to open it in R, which is read mode. And then if you do print f.read, it should print it, right? It should read it. And there's the flag. That's simple. And there's the flag right there. And that's basically it. That was easy and super simple to do. Just a quick little note for you. So the f variable is the open text command, and it opens it. You have to put the actual file name, and this, if this is inside a directory, you need to refer to that directory. In this situation, it assumes that that text file is inside the same directory that the script file is in, so we don't have to do anything else. But if it was in a different directory, you would put the full path of that directory, and it needs to be, the whole thing needs to be in quotes, and then comma R, which is read mode, and then it would just be able to read it. And then so now you do print the f variable dot read, so that it'll actually read it, and then you have to have these two parentheses inside of those two parentheses. So that's very important. Everything that you do in Python has two parentheses at the end of it. Even if there's nothing that's being inside the parentheses, you gotta do that. And then put that inside of the two other parentheses, and you have your flag, which is file read, and we were able to do that. So there's that. Now we have this thing right here, which kind of allows us to append. So this is another mode that you can open a file in. And append means you add something to the end of the file, right? So you open the file, and that's the name of the file, and then you open it in append mode so that you can write to that file something, 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 and it'll add it to the end of the file. So it'll be a new entry at the end of the file, and you've appended it. So it doesn't overwrite anything that's in here. It just adds this to the end of it. And then close the file, because you don't want to leave the file open, and it may be tricky because this is like a security issue. If you didn't close it and you had an open file, there's a variety of things that could happen in that. And then you have write mode, which basically creates this file. You put it in write mode, and so you're creating and writing to a new file, and then you write whatever you want to in it, and then you close it. If you open this file in write mode, and then you wrote this, it would replace whatever the contents of this file were with this. So that's very important to know. If you just want to add something to a file, you would do it with append. If you want to overwrite a file, which I don't know why you would do that, but if you want to overwrite a file, you would then go ahead and do it with this. As a hacker, if you wanted to ruin somebody's business, you would probably open it in write mode and you would overwrite it with whatever, and then that would destroy their data, so on and so forth. So that's maybe one of the instances that you would use something like this. But for yourself, if you're trying to modify files, only do it with append, don't do it with write, because it would overwrite everything that's inside that. It would rewrite stuff, and it would replace everything that's inside that file. It's better to create a new file, as it says right here, create a new file, and then do it in write mode, so on and so forth. And what you could do is you could combine these, right? So you could say f equals this in read mode, and then a new variable would be f.read, and then that new variable would end up being written to a new file, and then you could be sure that the original file name was never messed with and you didn't lose it, right? So that's important to know. And then we have our import function, and the import command, can bring a lot of great things into your Python project. And there's a lot of stuff that doesn't come with the basic installation of Python, and there's a lot of libraries that you can use. And this is just one of them, which is date time. And then so you do print current time, and it should just print the current date and time right now, which is this. So 1/16/2024, and this is doing a military time, so it's 2:21, right? Yeah, it is 2:21 exactly, and I think it does like the milliseconds or something. So yeah, so this is the one of the kind of basic modules, which is called or libraries, I think we should call it, which is the date time library. There is a lot of libraries that are available. And here's a few of them that are actually very useful. So the request library, and it's an HTTP library. So what it does is it helps you make GET requests, POST requests, PUT requests, delete requests through a web portal. So if you wanted to post, meaning send data to a web portal, you would do it with the request library. If you wanted to get information from a web portal, you would do it with the request library. Scapy, I guess, or Scapy. It sends, sniffs, dissects, and forges network packets. This is important for pen testing and network scanning and stuff like that. And then PWN tools, they don't say own, they say pwn. It's kind of weird, but when you hack somebody, instead of saying you just got owned, you would say you just got pwned. It's weird. I know it's weird. But they don't use the O. They would just use PW. Anyways, that's kind of irrelevant. But it's an exploit development library. So if you want to own somebody, basically, you use something like this, and it's a CTF and exploit development library. So there are a lot of libraries, and if you wanted to install them on your own machine, you would use pip, which is the package installer for Python. And if you have Python 3, you would use pip 3. If you have Python 2, you would use pip 2. If you have a normal installation of Python 1, I guess, you would use pip. But if you go to python.org, based on this original link that we did, which is downloading it from here, this is Python 3 that you would be downloading. So if you're downloading Python 3, you need to refer to pip as pip 3. And then so it would be pip 3 install requests if you don't have it, or pip3 install Scapy, whatever, if you don't have it. And then same thing goes with uninstall. So pip3 uninstall such and such, pip3 update such and such. So that's the basic command for pip. So that was basically it. I really wish that I could have done these projects without using any of the hints, but I had to use the hints, and I'm kind of upset about that, but it's whatever. At least we got the result, and at least we were able to get our flags from it, and you got a sample, you got an idea of how to actually use those things and get them done. So this was the Python basics room inside TryHackMe. This is, again, a free room, so you can get access to this for free and then just play around with it and kind of learn some of the basics with Python. And then there's the paid version of TryHackMe that is $12. You get the link in the description below, and you would get $5 off of that, and it would be available to you for $7 whole. So super affordable, really fun to use, and I would highly recommend that you get both the free and the paid version of TryHackMe, so you can try out all the paid rooms as well. That's only available to subscribers. And yeah, just learn as much as you can from it. This is your boy Hank Hackerson with Hank Hacks Hackers. I hope you learned a lot today. This was a nice refresher for me, so I'm excited that I went through it again. And yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, share, comment, notify, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that we drop something, especially with the pen testing modules, because these are really fun to do. And the next one is going to be Python for pen testers. So we did Python basics, and the next one that we're going to do is Python for pen testers. So make sure that you subscribe and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when that video comes out. It's your boy Hank Hackerson. I will talk to you soon. All right, hello and welcome. It's your boy Hank Hackerson with yet another episode of Hank Hacks Hackers. And today we're going to be going through the Python for pen testers video, and this is part of the PenTest Plus pathway with TryHackMe. So we did Python basics in the previous video, and we're going to be doing Python for pen testers today. Let's see, this is not a free room. So the previous one that we did, the intro to Python, was a free room. This one is required, a subscription is required. And so to get your subscription with TryHackMe, you can pay 12 bucks and you'd get it, or you could use the link in the description below and you'd get a $5 credit towards it. So it makes it 7 bucks to get it. And it's one of the greatest things that you'll probably do for yourself in your cybersecurity and penetration testing studies and preparation for everything. So this one in particular is focused on Python for penetration testing. And we're going to be using Python to enumerate the target subdomain, build a simple keylogger, scan the network to find target systems and any target to find open ports, download files from the internet, and crack hashes. So this is all very, very awesome stuff. I think we need to use both the machine as well as the attack box. And so it says right here, so you could either use OpenVPN to log into the network for TryHackMe, or you can use the attack box, which in this exercise has been recommended because a lot of the stuff that you would need to make this happen, a lot of the extra modules and Python libraries, anything that you would need is already downloaded inside this thing. And then there's of course the word lists that are already available for you to use as well. So I'm gonna wait for this machine to get started and then we're gonna jump into the scripts that we're gonna make. Cool, so our machine is up. Let's close this little terminal right here. And let's see, the first question right here is what other tool can be used to convert Python scripts to Windows executables? And I'm guessing this was a part of the content that was shared right here. So let's see, is it in here? No, it is not. I can't find it from a skim, but I guess that's something that we could easily Google. So if we just went to here and we searched Google for this answer, it would say it right here. These are the three, and you could just use any of those answers to try to get your flag, or not flag, but your correct answer and move on. What I really want you to do is I want you to get used to researching information. I understand that a lot of these things, especially blabs that I've completed before, the answer is probably going to be on the screen, but I want you to get used to the thought process behind this and how we actually achieve these answers and get there, so that your brain, the hamster wheel starts turning, so to speak, you know, and your brain kind of knows how to do the research to find the answers, because that's much more important than just getting the answers. So all right, so the first thing that we're gonna do is we're going to build ourselves a subdomain enumerator. And so this is the code right here. And so you're going to be importing requests, importing sys, and the sublist variable. So we talked about variables in the last video, the intro to Python. And then this is just a for loop. And that's basically it. And it should be going through the subdomains.txt file. So we're supposed to be working with a subdomains.txt file. So I'm gonna first open this thing and first try to find subdomains.txt, and there it is. And there is, seems like there's two files. So seclists shubs subdomains.txt, I think that's what it is. So let's see, as you can see, the script will search for a file name named subdomains.txt. The simplest way to use a word list located in the same directory as the Python script, but any word list can be used. The word list should have possible subdomains, one per such and such. Oh, I see, this is it. So this is the one. This is where we're going to be finding our actual word list. So let me go there. Python for PenTesters, and then let's do an ls, and there it is. So if I do cat word list, there we go. So these are our subdomains that we're going to be working with, it seems, and it's a pretty full list. And it seems like these are almost like passwords, but I guess there's probably, yeah, it is a word list. What is this? You don't need to download the word list attached to this if you're using the attack boxes that can be found under that. Okay, I guess so these are going to be the subdomains that we're going to try to find against our path. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move it to the desktop so I can word list 2.txt, and I want to take it to word list 2.txt. I just want it to go to the root folder. And so if I just go to our root right here, there it is. And you know what? I did that incorrectly. So I want that to go into this folder. So let me see if that's gonna work. There we go. Okay. All right. That's where we want it to be. Okay, so great. So we have the word list that we're going to be using in our Python file. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to nano a Python file, and we're going to just name it subenum.py. So that's going to be nano. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do it on our laptop keyboard because our Bluetooth keyboard just died mid-recording. So we're going to do nano subenum.py. That's going to be our file. We're going to do import requests, and we're going to also import sys. So these are the two libraries that we're going to use. And we're going to do sublist equals open the, I don't have a subdomains.txt, it's wordlist2.txt. That's what that is. And we're going to do .read. So that's going to be our sublist. And then we're going to do subdoms equals sublist dot split lines. And that's going to be that. So let's make sure that we spelled that correctly. So now for sub and subdoms, that sounds like a BDSM thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Subdomains equals so f is a it's a modified string that can include variables in it. So what we want to do is we want to put that in front of our HTTP string, and then we're going to insert our subdomain in there, and then we're going to use a sys argument, which is going to be whatever domain we want to scan. Essentially, we're going to provide it as an argument into our script as we run it. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, try 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, requests.get subdomains, and then we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, accept requests dot connection error, which we want you to do a pass like that, which basically means just move on to the next one. And then give me an else. So we're going to do try else print valid, valid domain subdomains. So that's it. That's basically the script. And so that should work because I think I didn't make any errors as I was writing this out. And so I'm going to now save it and I'm going to exit out. And so Python 3 subenum.py, that's how you run any Python file. Basically, you have to first call on Python. And so in this machine, I know from previous exercises that we have a Python 3 version. So it could be Python, Python 2, or Python 3. And then you're going to declare the actual script. And then from there, I think it's going to tell us which domain that it wants us to scan. So what other protocol could be used for subdomain enumeration? It's going to be DNS, because we're using domain name service. And then what function does Python use to get the input from the command line, which is going to be sys.argv. So let's do, as our domain, we're going to do TryHackMe. Let's see what that does. Okay, as we ran that, it didn't give us anything for tryhackme.com, which seems to be kind of odd because I'm pretty sure TryHackMe has subdomains. But let's see, maybe we could use Google or something. So if we did Python 3 sub enum.py, and then we did google.com. Okay, there you go. That's actually working. So there you go. You got video.google, movie.google, time.google, music.google. I know that there are so many other ones too that would actually work. So these might just be the ones that show up with HTTP, because in our file we were using HTTP as the search. So if I did HTTPS, that might actually give us different responses, right? So if we do nano sub enum and then just go to this line right here, and let's see if we just add an S at the end of this, if anything would change. So if I just did that, I'm going to write that out, and then we're going to close it out with X, or Control X, excuse me, and then now we're just going to do the same thing with google.com. Let's see if we get anything else that shows up. So video, time, music, okay, I mean, same thing. But there you go. Now we know that it works. Now we know that the actual script itself works, and it might be because our word list doesn't have a bunch of things in there, because I know that there's, you know, analytics.google, adwords.google, or ads.google. There's a lot of stuff. So depending on what word list you use, the responses for this script will be different. But now you know how to write the script. So this is basically it. Okay, and you can do this on your own computer, and it's very, very useful. I also have a GitHub repository, but I have my real name in my GitHub repository, so I am not going to share that with you, because in the interest of trying to maintain anonymity and be a, you know, secret hacker person, whatever, Hank hackers, and in the honor of that, I'm not going to share it with you. So you don't need that. All you need to do is just write your own script, and this is it, basically. Very, very simple, and it's really, really fun to do. So that is that one, and now we're going to move into our next one. So what's the next script that we're going to do? And this is for directory enumeration, and it's pretty much the same idea here, is that you're going to import requests, import sys, and then you're going to create a variable for your subdomain list, or excuse me, the directory list, I guess. Yeah, directory enumerator. And then we're going to use the word list, and then directories are going to be that, split lines, which basically means each line is going to be used as one entry. And then for dir and directories, dir enum is going to do the same. It's literally the same thing, except now, instead of putting the argument first, it's going to put it afterwards, right? So instead of putting this, because before it was the subdomain and then the domain, and then it would just search for it. Now it's putting it as a directory after the fact, and we're putting HTML in it just to make sure now. So what that means is that if it has .php as the extension at the end, it's not gonna show up, right? So that's the whole idea here. So let's see, where's the path that we're gonna be using? It's the same path. So we're going to be using the same word list. So now I just want to go ahead and write this one, because I just want to practice this for myself as well. So it's going to be dir enum.py is what I'm going to be writing. And now it's import requests and import sys for system. And then we're going to create a variable called sublist, and it's going to open the word list, which is actually word list 2.txt for us, and then we're going to open it with read. Then it's going to be directories equals sublist list split lines to use each line as an entry. Now for dir in directories 1 2 3 4, we're going to do dir enum equals a string that can actually be I forget what the technical term of that is, and I really want to learn or remember the technical term. A formatted string, I think that's what it is. So a formatted string is what we're doing, and so we're going to use the sys argument that we're going to give it / the dir variable .html. That's basically the search. Very good. 1 2 3 4, and then r equals requests get dir enum, and then if our status code, so this is a little bit different than the other one, and the status code for request 404 is that there's an error, right? 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 pass, and then 1 2 3 4 else, print it onto the screen. Print valid directory, and it's going to be dir enum like that. There you go, easy enough. And we're going to save it, Control X to exit, Python 3 dir enum.py, and then we're going to give it, let's try TryHackMe again, tryhackme.com. Let's see if that works. There you go, look at that. Look at that. There's a bunch of stuff. So I guess these, I don't know if these all exist, but it says that they all exist. And so the script works. Look at that. Dang, it went through the whole list. All right, I'm just gonna do Control C to break it. Oh, it already finished. That's insane. So, I mean, is there really, let's see, TryHackMe music.html. TryHackMe.com music.html. Oh, well, that doesn't work. Because it got forwarded to a, I see, because it got forwarded to the not found. So in the script, it's not getting the forwarded address, it's just getting all of these. And I'm guessing that all of these were created for our testing purposes. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense for them to exist and then not be browsable, right? So if we ran the script again, and instead of using TryHackMe, let's use Google again to see if that works at all. Okay, one came up, which is index.html, which is basically the home page. Index.html is usually what the home page is for Google. So, I mean, it works. We can see that the script actually works. I'm gonna do one more example, CompTIA.com, and then let's see what we get for CompTIA. And that one should be a lot more accessible. CompTIA.com has a directory called password.html. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh no, I keep clicking on the same one, and I bet it's gonna open up inside the browser right here. So let's go to CompTIA.com password.html. Oh, it's supposed to be CompTIA.org. Ugh, that was my fault. So yeah, this doesn't exist either. Son of a gun. Okay, well, I used the wrong domain name for the search, so that's my bad. But it worked. I mean, it does run through the list, and it does check the website, and to see if there's anything that shows up, it'll give us whatever the result is. So we know that the script itself is doing what it's supposed to do. It doesn't do debugging past the fact that if the domain is being forwarded to something else, which is what the problem is that we're actually running across, is that it gets forwarded and it doesn't see the 404 error, right? Because we actually do have a status code 404, and if there is a 404 error, we want you to pass, but it's showing all of the results as such. So here's where getting a little bit better of an understanding for Python can actually be helpful for you. And when you have a base code like this, you can use a tool like ChatGPT or Bard from Google, the Google AI. And you can take the script and then you say, hey, I'm running this script and it gives me the responses, but I want to do further troubleshooting because the responses that I'm getting are actually being forwarded to a different domain, and I'm not getting a 404 error, and the different domain that it does forward to actually does give a 404 error. So I want you to try to help me debug that situation, and it should actually give that to you, right? So, oh, I think one of the things that we're supposed to be using is this thing right here. So duh, we've started a machine, so we should be using the machine that we got. So what if I actually did the directory enumerator and I ran it against this virtual machine? I didn't even think about that, you guys. There you go, look at that. Surf for HTML, private HTML, Apollo, and index.html, and that's against our IP address virtual machine that we got, and so we could probably do the same thing with the sub-enum file, sub-enum, and then we just paste the IP address of our victim machine, and it should give us some responses for that too. Oh, it didn't give us anything, so I guess there were no subdomains for that. But so if we did run it against our target system, which is right here, these are some of the answers that we would get right here. So how many directories can your script identify in the target system? Extensions are HTML, and these are the 4, so we got 4 as a response. What's the location of the login page, which would be private.html. Where did you find the cryptic hash? Apollo.html. Where are the usernames located? Surfer.html. And what is the password assigned to Rabbit? So if we actually went to surfer.html, I wonder if that would open up in our browser right here. It doesn't seem to be, so we'll just go manually into the browser and we will search for the surfer.html file, or directory, excuse me. Paste /surfer.html. And there you go. So password for, who is it? For Rabbit. That's the password for Rabbit, right? There you go. Cool, right? Pretty fun. All right, so let's go network scanner. This one is actually super useful, especially if you are a penetration tester or network security, cybersecurity, security analyst, any of those. So what we're going to be using is we're going to be using the Scapy module, which we talked about, Scapy library, excuse me, the Scapy library, which we talked about in the Python for Beginners video. And we didn't go deep into it at all. We literally just mentioned that it exists, but if you want to go watch that video, it's probably going to be useful for you. And so we're going to use that, and we're going to create a, what are we doing here? We're going to create a scanner. So we're going to do scanner.py. We're going to create that, and then we're going to do from scapy.all, excuse me, scapy.all, import everything, basically. That's what that means. And so that's another version of saying import, right? So you could do import Scapy, and then it would import everything from Scapy probably, or we could do from scapy.all import everything, which I guess kind of has the same function. So I don't know why it was phrased this way, but for now we're just gonna create exactly the same script. So interface is gonna be our local Ethernet 0 interface. The IP range is going to be, so we need to give it a subdomain range, which is going to be 1010 and then XX/24. Okay, and then broadcast MAC address is going to be ff.ff, excuse me, :.ff, what is it? How many do I need? 6. 5, 6. That's what it's going to be. That's going to be our broadcast MAC address. Then packet is going to equal to ether dst equals broadcast MAC /ARP PDST equals IP range. And this is all language specific to Scapy, so I'm not gonna sit here and explain all these things to you. Just know that those things exist and they're inside the Scapy library. And then we're going to do ANS UNANS equals to SRP packet timeout equals 2. And then so far so good. Yeah, iFace equals interface, and inter equals 0.1. There you go. So those are ANS and UNANS. Very good. SRP packet timeout 2, iFace equals interface, and inner equals, okay, that's great. So now the next line, which is going to be our for loop, for send receive in ANS, I want you to print receive.sprintf, and then r ether.source and arp.p source, and that's going to be the end of our string right there. Let's make sure we got that right, and we did. And so now Control O to write it out and Control X to exit. And now we should be able to just run it against our scanner, right? So if you're using the attack box, you will need to install Scapy first. This can easily be done using apt install python 3 Scapy. Okay, fine, which we are using the attack box, so we got to do that first. And then what do we got to do? We got to do, the code is that, and then what module was used to request the R packets, which is that, which variable would be that, what variable would you change to run this code on a system with network interface named ENS3, which is our interface. So I just want to make sure that I can actually run it. And right here it says python 3 arp scan.py. So I wonder if I actually have to dedicate, or maybe that's what they named it as. So is that what they named it as? Well, we'll see. We'll see if that's what they named it as. But for now, I am just going to make sure that we install python 3 Scapy. There we go. Okay, cool. So that's done. So now I can just use python 3 scanner.py. Let's see if that works. So it did not work. And the main reason is line 9 in module, which is ANS, UNANS, SRP packet, timeout, interface, yada, yada, yada. It's saying that what's the problem? No such device. Okay, let's see if that actually exists right here. LO, ENS5, and Docker. So it doesn't exist. That's probably what the issue was. So maybe we can do ENS5, maybe. Could be our... maybe that's the reason why it didn't work. So I'm going to change it to ENS5 instead of ETH. And let's see if that'll actually run. So internet interface is what we needed to change. And it said ETH0. So we're going to do ENS, what the hell? ENS5. And then save that and close that. Enter, close, thank you. Now let's run the scanner one more time. Received 131 packets, got 0 answers, remaining 1 packet. So it seems like it worked a little bit better this time, but it seems like it didn't. And is it the same error? So socket error, name not known. So I wonder if I'm supposed to actually say ARP before that. That doesn't make sense, so that's definitely not it. And now I am at a loss. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a new scanner. So we'll do scanner2.py. And from here, I'm actually just gonna copy and paste this whole thing because maybe I made a mistake with the typing out of this whole thing. So there you go, there's that. That might have been the case, we never know. Yeah, maybe that might be the case. You have no idea. It seems like it was. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write this out, X that out, and then we're gonna do python 3 scanner2.py. Let's run that. Maybe there was something that I did incorrectly. Nope. It's also saying the same thing in regards to the no such device. So let's do nano scanner2.py. We're gonna do live troubleshooting here to make sure that there's no issue that's wrong here. ENS5, and write that out, X that out, run it. Ran 107, it received 157 packets, got 0 answers, and seems to be that there's some kind of an issue with what I'm running here. Okay, so now we have a little bit of a more favorable response. So what I did was I changed the IP range to the actual IP address of our attack box, which is this right here, and I left a 0 at the end with the /24 because we're trying to solve for this last 0 right here. And so at least it didn't give me a bunch of error messages, which is very important. So now what I want to do is I'm going to change that again, and I'm going to change it to the IP range of our victim machine and see if that does anything for us. I also actually am going to change this back from ENS5 to ETH0 because I think that's probably what the open interface is on our victim machine. So let's try that. Okay, that definitely wasn't the answer. That gave us an error, so I'm going to change this back to ENS5 and let's see. And then if this doesn't give us any kind of a response, then I'm definitely going to move on because we still need to do the rest of these. But it seems like it is working in a way. It's just that there's something wrong with the addresses that we're using, or the addresses that I'm using. And if you have an answer to this, please leave it in the comment section. If you can troubleshoot it on my behalf and give me a response, please leave it in the comment section. The challenge is that for this particular task, it didn't ask us to scan anything. It simply asked us to write it, and if we wanted to run it to, yeah, there we go, same thing here. So I'm gonna change it one more time to ENS33 just in case, because there's kind of a hint right there that says what would you do if you wanted to change it to the interface for ENS33. So we'll just change this right here, and let's see if this gives us any kind of a response. And if it doesn't, then I really do have to move on. But they didn't ask for, oh, then yeah, that's definitely not up. So they didn't ask for us to scan anything. That's the issue with this particular situation, the network scanner anyway. But we kind of have an idea of what it's supposed to look like based on this code. So feel free to use this code and try to do some troubleshooting. And if you find the answer, please leave it in the comments because I'm very curious. The port scanner, I have a feeling that it should work because I have actually ran this before. And this is a much longer piece of code, so I'm not going to type this up manually. I will just copy it and I would put it in our port scanner file. But this is something that I would highly recommend you try to do on your own and actually try to run this so you could see what's up. So it says we're going to be building a simple port scanner. We're going to be using the sys library, the socket library, and the pyfiglet library. I don't have pyfiglet installed, so I know it's going to give me actually an error for this. And basically what pyfiglet does is it prints this thing at the top for you. So it prints this inside this kind of interesting little thing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because I do want you to see what that actually looks like, and so maybe it'll be kind of fun for you to see. So we'll go here and we're gonna delete the thing that is supposed to print and only make it one little line, which is just gonna say port scanner, because it's gonna be too big of a banner for it to print. And I know I do have to install pyfiglet, excuse me. And then the IP that is supposed to be scanning is supposed to be this IP address. So from here, we're going to change that IP address to the IP address of our victim machine, which is this thing. And from there, I think the rest of it could stay the same. So I believe that's all that we have to worry about. And so, okay, so we're going to write it out. Going to exit. And so to install pyfiglet, does it give me the command right here? Yeah, this is what it does right here. This is what pyfiglet does. It just makes this banner. There you go. That's the command to install pyfiglet, because it's not going to be on the machine. Python 3 pyfiglet. All right. Okay, cool. Now we got PyFiglet. Now let's try to run our port scanner. Python 3 port scanner.py. There you go. It printed port scanner for us at the top, and now it should actually start scanning the ports, right? So while that happens, I'm going to kind of go through the breakdown of these for you. So as we've already seen, this is how we import libraries. So import these different libraries. You could also do it on one line, as they mentioned right here, if you separate by a comma. IP specifies the target that you want to scan. You create a variable called open ports, and with the square brackets, you designate that it's supposed to be a list, but it's an empty list, right? Because we didn't put anything in it. We just need this variable for later. The ports are going to be in the range of between 1 to 65,000, and this, we talked about this in the beginner, the Python for beginners. You essentially are dedicating a range, and if we just did range 65,000 and didn't specify this one right here, it would essentially do the same thing. It would just include 0, I believe. So we don't want to include 0, but it doesn't really matter. You're just saying that in this range, I want you to scan everything between these two numbers. That's what it's going to do. And then if we wanted to change that, we could say ports equals these ports, and I want you to only scan these ports instead of all 65,000 ports. You could do it this way. So that's also another option for specifying which ports you want to scan. And then IP is going to equal to socket, which is the library that we downloaded, dot get host by name, which is one of the modules that it has, and then host, which is what we specified. Oh, we haven't specified host yet. We will be specifying host. So then you have, and it already finished for us, by the way, so we have our open port response. So let's kind of go from here, and it might be a little bit easier to review it this way. So then we have a function called probe port, and we pass the parameters of IP address to it. Port and result equals 1. So we actually set that our result equals 1. So now we want to do a try except block. So we're going to say try sock equals socket.socket socket.afinet sock stream, and then set timeout to be ½ second, and then r equals socket connect x, the IP and the port. If r equals 0, whoops, I kind of zoomed out of that. And I mean, this isn't going to explain this any further for us because it would be too much of an explanation, but they basically said that this section tries to connect to the port. That's all it does. So I guess I'm not going to explain it much further either, but if you want to read the documentation on SOC, it would probably be a good idea, and you will learn a lot from that. So that's basically what it does. In this function, it does this try to connect to any of the ports that are existing within the designation that we provided, except exception as E, pass, and then return the result. So if there is any kind of an exception or any kind of an error, pass, move on to the next one, and then when you're finally done, return the result of all of the ports that you've scanned. And then this is it right here. So for port in ports, sys standout flush response equals probe the port with the IP and the port address, and if response equals 0, open the port and append the port, meaning add it to our list. And then so that's what it would look like if we actually ran it. And then here's our response. So this is basically it. After all of the 65,000 ports, it returns these open ports for us. Now, if you have watched any of my other videos where I try to use Nmap to scan the 65,000 ports, you would know that it takes at least an hour to use Nmap to scan 65,000 ports. The difference is Nmap will return to us what service is running, so on and so forth. So it returns more information. But when we use this simple port scanner that uses the SOC library to do the port scan, within minutes we get a response, and that's after scanning all 65,000 ports. That's what's really a big deal about this. This is way faster than running Nmap. And then what you can do after you've done this is that you use Nmap to scan these individual ports for their services and for their OS and all of that stuff. So it's just a much more efficient way of doing this. And so now we see that, you know, these are our results, so on and so forth. You could always remove this section of the top of the thing if you don't want to print the banner, or you could comment it out, which is just very easy to do. And so kind of just some basic questions, right? So what protocol will most likely be using port 22, which we already know is secure shell? What module did we import to be able to use sockets, which is the socket module? What function is likely to fail if we didn't import sys, which is this one line, which is we did to standout and flush. How many ports are open on the target machine? 3, we already established. What is the highest port number open on the target system? And that is 2100, which we already established. So very, very cool. This is a very useful script. Very useful script. I will say it again. This is super freaking useful, okay? If you're doing any kind of port scan for any kind of pen test, this is super useful, especially if you're on a time limit and you have to get things done quickly. Extremely useful script, okay? Moving on. So now we have a file downloader that we could do to basically just download files. And this is a combination of the GET request that's inside, and I'm not gonna create this because this one is really, really simple to do. But this is a combination of the GET request, and that's really it, really, because like you only need the request library, and you can do this through the terminal, through the command line manually, which you basically say get this, whatever the URL is. So this is the logo basically that it wants to do for you. And so what it's going to do is it's just going to download that thing for you and open it with WB, which I don't know actually what that stands for. It's probably a good thing to find out. And then this short piece of code can easily be adapted to retrieve any other type of file too. So to get the zip file, to get anything else, basically all you need to do is just change the URL of what you're trying to download and then run it, and it will go ahead and download it for you. Super simple to do, but also really useful. So it's a file downloader, as the name implies, right? So you can freeze the screen, you can pause the screen to write this code if you wanted to do this. And basically you would need that for the answers of these questions. So what is the function used to connect to the target website? It's request get. And what step of the unified cyber kill chain can PS exec be used in? So we've already gone through the cyber kill chain as well as the unified cyber kill chain videos, and you can go refer to those videos if you haven't seen them yet. And then you can see right here, it's the lateral movement step that we can use PS exec for to actually go ahead and get some nice goodies and some nice movements within a system. So there is that. And now a hash cracker. This is flippin' awesome, okay? This is super awesome. This is also one of those things that is just really freaking useful. And let me see if it actually tells us to do some results. Yeah, okay, so it does. So what is the hash you found during your directory enumeration? So the hash files were where? Directory enumeration, it tells us where did you find the cryptic hash? So it's an apollo.html. So I'm gonna go to Apollo so we could actually do this in real time together. So that's the hash that is in the thing that we're gonna be using the hash cracker for. And so it says, what is the clear text value of this hash? Modify the script to work with SH256 hashes, and using that, get the clear text value of that hash. And so in the interest of time, I'm not going to manually type this. I'm just going to do a copy paste of this, but you can use this at any point for yourself as well. We'll do copy. I'm going to do a quick zoom in. There you go. You can pause the screen if you want to use this to create your own script, or get yourself a paid subscription to TryHackMe for $7. And so now we're going to do nano hash cracker .py, and then from here we're going to paste it in here. And so what we've done is we've used the hash library as well as pyfiglet. I mean, you already know what that does. And so the word list location is going to say input, enter the word list file location. So what word list do you want to use to crack the hash? And then the next one is going to ask you for another input, which is which hash do you want to crack. So you need to know both of these things. And then it's just going to say with open, it's going to open the word list and read it as file. Then for each line in the file, which basically is each line represents one word or clear text password. It's going to use hash library MD5 because it's going to be solving for MD5. And it's going to basically go through it and try to guess what the actual password is. And once it finds it, it gives you the answer, right? So you retrieve hash value from a database which you suspect is the hash for a number between 1 and 5. You create a file with possible clear text values. Oh, this is what it's saying. This is what it can do. And instead of doing all of this yourself, the script will just do it for you, right? So ask for the location of the word list, ask for the hash to be cracked, reads from that one per line, converts it to MD5, and compares it to all of that stuff. So instead of doing it manually, you can just go ahead and do it, right? So right here, this is also a little bit of an important thing. So import hashlib, and then hashlib algorithms available is what you can see within the hashlib library, which algorithms it can solve for you. So it can do MD5 SH1, all of these different things right here, MD4, MD5 individually, all of that, yada, yada, yada. So that's what all the algorithms are that are available inside this algorithm or inside the hash library. And then from that, we can choose which one we want to use. So in this particular situation, it's MD5 that we're trying to solve for, which is hopefully what this is. So what we're going to do is we're going to use, first we're going to finish this. So we're going to do Control O to write it out, Control X to exit out. And from what I remember, the password for user share word lists, this is where the raw queue list would be. Great. Okay. So let's go back home. Actually, it's not home, it's here. And so, okay, that's where our hashcracker, is it right there? Okay, cool. So hashcracker is right there. So we're going to do Python 3 hashcracker.py, enter. And there's that long freaking banner. And so it says, what's the word list for the file location? So it's going to be user share word lists rawqueue.txt. That's our word list. And what is the hash that you want to crack? So we're just going to go here. We're going to copy this. Go here. Paste the hash value, press enter, and let it do its job. So now what's the issue? It says that for line, file, and read files and decode codec can't decode byte in position 923, invalid continuation byte. Okay, what does that mean? We gotta try to figure this out. Okay, so this actually did not happen the last time that I ran this exercise. And so this is a new error, and it's an encoding error, as we can tell from the error message. And so what we're gonna do is we're going to basically just try to kind of solve this in advance. So we're gonna open this back up, and there's a couple of ways that we could do this, and I'm gonna try a few different versions of this solution. So first, we're going to add an encoding, common encoding that's available that potentially could be done other than UTF-8, which seems to be the issue. So I'm actually gonna do this. I'm gonna keep the encoding as UTF-8 for now. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use an errors parameter, and we're just gonna say ignore the error. Okay, that's what we're gonna run for now. Let's see if that works. If that works, great. If not, we're gonna move on to the next potential solution for this, and then we'll see if that works. So Python hashcracker, there it is. File location, user share, word lists, rawqueue.txt, hash to be cracked. Let's see. I think I already had it copied, but we're gonna do it again. And we're gonna paste the hash here. Let's see if that works. Okay, I guess that worked. So all we had to do was, and that is the correct answer. So all we had to do was essentially just designate that the encoding that we want to use is encoding UTF-8 right here. So let me kind of zoom in so you could see what I did here. So the encoding that I want to use equals UTF-8, and any error that shows up, I want you to ignore it. That's basically what we designated in our code right here. And so instead of trying to solve things and go nuts and lose its mind, it basically just used the UTF-8 encoding, and then from that it kept going until it found the answer. And the answer happens to be rainbow. And so now what we want to do is change the script right here to work with SHA-256 hashes, and then use that modified script to solve for this hash value. So I'm gonna go up here just to verify what it actually is for SHA-256, and it's SHA, oh, basically that's what it is, SHA-256, so it's all lowercase. So that's the simple editing for that. So we're gonna go back here, gonna open this up, gonna go to our section where we've declared what we want to use as our hash, which is MD5 right here, and I'm gonna change that to SHA-256, and I'm gonna leave everything else the same. Hopefully we won't have to worry about encoding errors or anything like that, and we're gonna close that out, and we're gonna run the file one more time, and it's gonna say word list location user share word lists rocku.txt. The hash to be cracked is going to be this hash right here, and paste this mofo right here, press enter. No encoding errors, no encoding errors. Oh, look at that, quick and easy. Just like that, it cracked the hash for us. That's pretty freaking amazing when you think about what you have to know how to do. You would need to know how to use Hydra or John the Ripper or any of those things to be able to solve for a hash, or you could create a little script like this and then have it go against the hash library that exists for Python and just kind of go nuts. I will say that the hash library has way less algorithms than John the Ripper, for example, or Hydra. Hydra and John the Ripper can handle more algorithms, but these are very common algorithms. So if it can run this, you know, most hashes are within these parameters. So if it falls within these parameters, then you can go ahead and do it. And there is something called hash ID, which is another Python file that can be used to identify what hash algorithm a specific hash belongs to. And then from that, you can see if it's within these within this list or within the capacity of the hash library. And if it is, great. If not, you can use John the Ripper or something like that. So that was the exercise that we did to create our own hash cracker. And now we're gonna move on to a key logger, which is really freaking cool as well. And so it's a simple script, and all you need to do is import keyboard and keys equal keyboard.record until enter, and then it plays the keys back to you. And this is really insane because you can just essentially create a key logger for yourself, and it'll just kind of do it for you. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually going to make this just so you can kind of see what it does. But it basically records the keystrokes of a user, keylogger.py, and then we're gonna paste it. We should already have keyboard installed in here, so I'm gonna just try to run it. Instead of doing that, we're gonna do Python 3 keylogger.py, run that. We don't have keylogger. Okay, so we need to do pip3 install keyboard to actually install it. Okay, cool. It has been installed. So now we're gonna run it again. Okay, so we are running into another little error here, which seems kind of odd because I definitely have installed the keyboard package, and it says it right here that we successfully installed the keyboard package. And yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of odd that it's not working and it's telling me that it doesn't exist. It's one of those errors that it annoys the living hell out of you. So Unfortunately, I can't show you a live demonstration of this particular script, but the whole idea is that if you just write one like this, it should be fine, and it should import it. And maybe it's the system that I'm using, the attack box that I'm using, that's having a glitch or something like that, although I feel like it shouldn't be having a glitch. Again, kind of weird. But we got to move on to the next one. So if you find an answer to this as to why this is giving us the error for this, or if you run across the same error, please let me know. But it should not be giving us this error. So that's kind of, we're just going to move on from the keylogger task, and we're going to move to the SSH brute forcing task, which is one of the more kind of robust scripts that we're going to create. And again, I'm just going to copy this one and use it as our paste function. And we're going to do what? We're going to do ssh brute.py is going to be the name of the file, and we will paste it, and we will, is there anything that I have to modify? I don't think I do. It's going to give us a couple of input statements of please enter the target IP address, please enter the username to brute force, and then please enter the location of the password file to brute force. And it's going to be using paramiko to do it, and which is specific to SSH, I believe. And it's going to run this this whole thing. And I mean, feel free to pause this or slow this down if you wanted to write this again. So reading the code, you'll notice several distinct components. We're importing sys, we're importing OS, and will provide us with the basic functionalities needed to read a file from the operating system, which is our password list in this case. Our target IP is going to be the IP address probably of the machine, and the username is going to be whichever username we want to brute force. Password file, we're going to enter the location of our password file, and the SSS connection is going to be done under the SSH connect function, and it will return a code 0. A failed authentication will return code 1. That's basically all we need to know in regards to this. And then with open, the password file read as file for each line in it. We're going to try to strip that and try to use that as the password. And the script tries to connect to the SSH server and decides on an output based on the response code. So note that the response code here is generated by paramiko and not an HTTP response code. And it'll exit once it has actually found a valid password, and then it'll say password found, and then it'll give us the included password. So it supposedly runs slower than we would expect. To improve speed, you may want to look into threading this process, meaning include more than one thread, and then make sure you've downloaded the word list from task 2, which is this word list that's inside our pentester file, and it's also been added to the attack box. That's fine. So what username did we find when we were doing our directory traversal, which was Tiffany, and what is the SSH password for Tiffany? So let's go and try to see if we can run this live, so you could actually see what this looks like instead of just reading the answers. So we have our SSH brute file, or excuse me, not the file, the shell script, whatever. So we're going to do Python 3 SSH brute. Let's hope that this is not outdated and it'll actually work. Okay, cool. So enter the IP address that you want to crack, and I'm going to go into the IP address that I want to crack, which is this thing, and I'm going to paste the IP address, enter the username that we want to brute force, which is going to be Tiffany, and then the location of the password file, which is user share word lists Python for pentesters wordlist2.txt. Oh, I actually also even have that in my current directory, so I could have just used the file that was in my current directory. And so now it's just running through each entry in that password file, and it's gonna give us no luck until it actually finds the password for us. So I will just wait and see until it finds a password. Okay, cool. Password found, trust no one. And that's basically it. We got our password, and so now we know that that's the password for Tiffany. So we're going to do Tiffany at I think I still have the IP address. Nope, that's not it. I didn't copy that. Why would you even do that? I didn't even copy that. So this is the basic SSH login command, right? So you go SSH, the username, at the IP address or the website, so on and so forth. And it's gonna say, do you wanna do this? Yes, I do wanna do it. And then trust no one. And there you go. And now we are logged in as Tiffany, print the working directory, which is here. And that's the flag. So we do cat flag.txt, and there is our actual flag for this particular exercise. And voila, that's the flag down here. So there's that. So now there's some extra challenges right here that you are more than welcome to do, but I am running way over time on this particular recording. So I'm going to leave this on the screen right here. And if you feel like doing any of this, so use DNS to enumerate potential subdomains instead of doing what we did earlier, build the keylogger to send the captured keystrokes to a server that you built using Python. And I would love to do this, but the freaking thing didn't even work because it couldn't find keyboard. Then grab the banner of the services running on open ports, which is something that you do with the request library as well as the port scanner that we got using socket, excuse me. Crawl the target website to download the .js library files included. So you can, this would require that you actually get a paid version of TryHackMe, because I don't recommend that you do this on a website that you don't have permission to do. So this one is kind of tricky, because if you do it and you get caught, then there's a lot of bad stuff that could happen for you. So I really don't recommend you do this outside of a controlled environment like TryHackMe, or against a website that you don't own, or against a machine that you don't own. So this is very, very important, okay? Try to build a Windows executable for each and see if they work as a standalone application on a Windows target. That's a much more advanced one out of all the other commands, just essentially turning your Python scripts into a Windows executable. I mean, it's not that much more advanced because it is fairly simple to do. It's just not easy. So it's simple, but it's not easy. And if you don't have experience doing this, then you might run into a lot of glitches. And then implement threading in enumeration and brute forcing to make them run faster. And that's something else, again, that you're more than welcome to Google and try to do on your own. So this was the Python for PenTesters room. And we ran across a couple of glitches along the way, because I think some of this stuff was a little bit outdated. And so I did not have time as I was recording to try to find all the solutions to this. And I need to do more recordings and do more rooms for you guys and make sure that there's more content that comes out. So I welcome you to try to find the solutions to this. So the keylogger issue that we ran across with keyloggers right here. And then there was one that we were running across. I think it was for the network scanner. That's what it was. The network scanner was giving us some issues as well, and it wasn't actually allowing us to scan the network and try to find different IP addresses on the network. So those are the two that I would be more than happy to see you guys come up with some kind of a response for, and leave it in the comment section so that we can all learn from each other. That would be amazing. And that's about it. So this is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, and we were using one of the paid rooms for TryHackMe. So if you want to do it, and it's very inexpensive to do, go ahead and use the link in the description below and get yourself a paid subscription to TryHackMe, and it'll be $7 because you'll get a credit towards your membership if you use the link in the description. And then you can actually do this exercise on your own and go through all the other subscriber only rooms that are available on TryHackMe as well. So like, subscribe, share, comment, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And yeah, I hope you found this room useful and you got some good stuff out of it. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers. I will see you in the next video. Peace.